The Little Door in the Night. Good evening, my dear friend. May peace find you tonight, wherever you are listening from. Thank you for stopping by this little corner of quiet stories. If this tale brings a touch of warmth to your heart, please consider subscribing, so that each evening we can share another few minutes of stillness together. Tonight, I'd like to tell you a story about faith, about the small and quiet ways in which God still walks among us, softly unseen, yet never absent. Outside, the night had already settled over the town. The air smelled faintly of rain, and somewhere in the distance a dog barked once, then stopped. Through the half-closed window, a single light flickered from the small table in the corner. On it lay an old, open Bible, pages thin as autumn leaves, corners bent from the years. Beside it sat an old man named Samuel. He wasn't reading anymore. His eyes had grown tired long before sunset. The words on the page were just shadows now, blurring softly together. But he kept the lamp lit, not to see the words, but to keep the darkness company. Samuel had lived alone since his wife, Ruth, passed away 7 winters ago. The house had grown quieter with each season. He no longer cooked full meals, just tea, bread, and sometimes soup from a tin. But every evening, without fail, he would light that lamp and open the same page of scripture. He would trace the faded ink with his finger and whisper, "You are still here, aren't you?" The clock on the wall ticked gently, each sound like the breathing of an old friend. He could almost imagine Ruth humming in the kitchen again, her voice soft, her steps light. He smiled to himself, the kind of smile that comes from remembering love, not losing it. The night outside deepened. Rain began to fall, slow and tender. Samuel looked at the front door, the wood swollen slightly from age. It had always creaked when opened, no matter how much oil he used. He found comfort in that creak. It reminded him that the door still worked, that someone could still come in. And tonight, someone did. A knock, soft, uncertain, then another. Samuel's heart startled, not with fear but with surprise. At this hour, no one ever came by after dark. He reached for his cane, shuffled toward the door and lifted the latch. The hinges groaned like an old violin. Outside stood a boy, 12, maybe 13, soaked through by the rain. His hair clung to his forehead, and he held something close to his chest. A small loaf of bread wrapped in cloth. "Sir," the boy whispered, "the bakery closed early. My mother asked me to bring this. She said you used to help her long ago." Samuel blinked. The boy's face was strange to him, but the eyes were familiar. He saw Ruth's kindness in them. "Come in," he said, voice trembling with warmth. The boy stepped inside, hesitant but grateful. Samuel took the bread, still warm from the oven, and placed it on the table beside the Bible. The light from the lamp danced across both, bread and word, side by side. He poured the boy a cup of tea and asked him to sit. They didn't talk much. They didn't need to. Sometimes presence is enough. The boy smiled shyly, sipping tea, glancing around at the quiet home. It smelled of old books and candle wax, the scent of memories. When the boy finally left, Samuel stood at the doorway for a long time. Rain had stopped. The street glistened, wet and silent. He closed the little door slowly, his hand lingering on the knob. Back at the table, he broke the bread and whispered, "Thank you." Not for the food, but for the reminder that even in loneliness, God still sends someone knocking. He sat again under the warm glow of the lamp. The clock ticked, rain dripped softly from the roof, and for the first time in many nights, Samuel's heart felt full. Outside, the wind moved gently through the trees, almost like a voice saying, "You are not forgotten." And he believed it, quietly, completely. True peace doesn't come from fixing everything. It comes from knowing God is still at your door. The clock and the breath. The morning after the rain was clear and pale, like glass that had just been washed. Sunlight touched the windows of Samuel's small house, painting long golden lines across the wooden floor. Everything smelled faintly of wet earth and tea leaves. He sat in his usual chair by the window, the same spot where he'd watched countless mornings drift quietly into being. The clock on the wall ticked its familiar rhythm. It had belonged to his father, an old brass thing that lost a few minutes every week, but never stopped completely. Samuel liked that about it. It was imperfect, yet faithful, like himself. He listened to the sound, tick by tick, and felt each one settle into the silence like soft footsteps of time itself. Between every tick, there was a small pause, a breath the world seemed to take before moving forward again. He realized he lived inside those pauses. The days no longer rushed, they unfolded. He had stopped hurrying long ago. Outside, a sparrow landed on the sill. It shook water from its wings, chirped once, and looked inside as if greeting him. Samuel smiled, lifting a hand in response. He had begun to recognize these small visitors, the same bird, perhaps, that came each morning to remind him of company. He took a slow breath. It was the kind of breath you take not just with your lungs, but with your heart, deep enough to feel something stir inside. His doctor had once told him, "You must keep moving, Samuel. Walk a little each day." So he did. But today, before he stood up, he closed his eyes and whispered, "Thank you, Lord, for another morning, for the tick of this clock, for the breath that still comes easily." When he stepped outside, the air was cool and clean. The rain had left pearls of water hanging from the roses Ruth once planted. Their scent rose with the warmth of the sun. The street was quiet. Only a milk truck passed, its tires whispering against the wet road. He walked slowly toward the small park at the end of the lane. Each step was measured, each one an act of gratitude. Children used to play there, though lately the benches were mostly filled with older souls like him, people who carried more memories than plans. He greeted a woman feeding pigeons, and she nodded with a gentle smile that said, "I know this quiet too." Samuel sat on a bench. He let the sun reach his face, closing his eyes to feel its warmth seep into his skin. He listened again to the steady rhythm within, the beat of his heart, the whisper of wind, and faintly the clock from his house still ticking through the open window. Time, it seemed, was not his enemy anymore. It was his companion. A child's laughter drifted from across the park, bright, free, unafraid. The sound stirred something tender in him. He remembered how Ruth used to laugh like that, not loudly but purely, as if joy had weight and warmth. He found himself chuckling quietly, realizing that laughter, like faith, never really dies. It only changes homes. On his way back, he stopped by the bakery. The same boy from the night before was stacking loaves behind the counter. Their eyes met, and the boy's face lit up. "Morning, sir," he said. "How was the bread?" Samuel smiled. "Perfect," he replied. It tasted of kindness. The boy grinned, not quite understanding, but pleased anyway. Samuel bought another small loaf, not because he needed it, but because giving thanks often begins with small habits. He carried it home under his arm, feeling the warmth through the paper bag. Inside, the clock greeted him again with its slow ticking, the faithful companion that had marked every prayer, every tear, every cup of tea shared with the silence. He placed the bread on the table beside the Bible, just as before. He sat and listened. Tick, pause, tick. That pause, and that sacred pause, was where God seemed to breathe. In that stillness, Samuel felt it again, that gentle presence that filled the house without making a sound. He realized how much of life is lived between moments, between the tick and the tock, between the inhale and the exhale, between what was and what is coming. It's there, in those tiny spaces, that peace takes root, not in noise, not in certainty, but in quiet trust. A breeze wandered in through the open window, fluttering the Bible's thin pages. They stopped on a verse he knew by heart. Be still and know that I am God. He traced the words with a finger, as if touching something living. He didn't need to speak. He simply breathed the verse in like air. The sparrow returned to the windowsill. This time it stayed longer, tilting its head curiously. Samuel chuckled. You again, he said softly. You like the quiet, don't you? The bird hopped once, twice, then flew off toward the sunlight. When night came again, he lit his lamp. The same golden glow filled the room, steady and warm. The clock ticked on, and Samuel, feeling the rhythm of breath and time joined together, whispered, even the smallest sound, even the stillness, is full of you. He closed his eyes, not to sleep yet, but to rest in the thought that faith was not always a great leap. Sometimes it was simply staying still long enough to feel God's nearness. Outside, the world prepared itself for another quiet night. The moon lifted, patient and silver. The air cooled, the leaves sighed, and the little house on the corner settled once more into the slow heartbeat of grace. Every breath and every tick of the clock can become a prayer if we let them. If this quiet story brings you peace tonight, dear listener, remember to subscribe. So tomorrow evening, we can sit together again in the stillness, when the heart learns to pause. There are mornings when silence feels heavier than sound. That day, Samuel awoke before the first light, long before the clock's slow tick began to fill the room. He sat on the edge of his bed, the blanket gathered around his shoulders, and listened. Not for anything in particular, but simply to the quiet. The world, it seemed, was holding its breath. No footsteps, no voices, only the soft hum of the wind brushing against the shutters. For a moment he thought of Ruth again, how she would wake early, long before him, to warm the kettle and hum the same old hymn under her breath. He whispered the words now, the ones he remembered. Great is thy faithfulness. Morning by morning, new mercies I see. His voice trembled, not with sadness, but with gratitude. As dawn spread across the sky, the first light touched the wooden floor. The clock began its steady rhythm again, as though time itself had waited politely for him to finish his prayer. Samuel rose slowly and opened the window. Cool air met his face, carrying the scent of rain-soaked soil and distant bread baking somewhere in town. He stood there for a long while, feeling the world wake up. A horse pulling a cart down the cobblestone road, a door closing softly next door, the muffled laughter of someone greeting the morning. He smiled. It was enough. That morning Samuel decided to walk to the church. It wasn't Sunday, but he felt the need to hear the echo of that sacred place, to sit among the pews and let the light from the stained glass wash over him like memory. The church sat at the top of a small hill. It was old, older than anyone in town. Its stones worn smooth by decades of hands that had pushed those doors open in hope or sorrow. As he climbed the hill, he passed the bakery again. The same boy waved from inside, flour dusting his sleeves. Samuel waved back, smiling. "Save me one loaf for later," he said, and the boy nodded eagerly. When he reached the church, he paused by the door, hand resting on the cold iron handle. He could almost hear the echo of Ruth's laughter within these walls. She had sung in the choir for years, her voice as light as the morning breeze. He stepped inside. The church was empty except for a few candles flickering near the altar. Dust motes drifted through the sunlight like slow snowflakes. Samuel took a seat near the back. The wood was cool beneath his palms. He didn't bow his head right away. He just looked at the cross, the candles, the quiet glow that filled the space between them. For years he had prayed by speaking, long, careful words shaped by habit. But today he simply breathed. And somehow in that breath, prayer happened anyway. He thought of how often he had tried to do faith, to speak it, to prove it, to hold on to it tightly. But sitting there now, surrounded by stillness, he realized something gentle and new. Faith doesn't always need effort. Sometimes it asks for surrender. He remembered the clock's rhythm again, how between every tick there was a pause. Not emptiness, but waiting. Maybe faith was like that pause. Maybe believing was not about filling the silence, but trusting that God was already in it. A soft creak came from the door behind him. An old woman entered, her shawl drawn close. She nodded to Samuel as she passed, and he returned the nod with a kind smile. She lit a candle, knelt, and whispered something too quiet to hear. He didn't need to know the words. Her silence spoke the same language as his. After a while, he rose, his knees slow but steady. He approached the altar, not to ask for anything, but to leave something behind. The heaviness he hadn't realized he still carried. He placed his hand on the pew and whispered, "Thank you, Lord, for the pauses." When he stepped back outside, the air had turned bright and crisp. The sun hung low, spreading light through the trees. He stood there for a long moment, watching the dust dance in the golden air. It felt as if the world itself was breathing again, slow and full. As he walked home, he passed the park where he'd sat the day before. Children were playing now, their laughter rising like bird song scattering through the branches. An old man sat on the same bench Samuel had used, feeding crumbs to the pigeons. Samuel smiled, knowing that peace sometimes travels quietly from one heart to another, like a candle's flame shared in darkness. When he reached his house, he paused at the door, the same door that had once echoed with the knock of a lost boy. He placed a hand on it and whispered again, "Still here." Inside, the clock greeted him with its faithful ticking. The lamp waited patiently beside the open Bible. And Samuel, before sitting down, took one long, slow breath, the kind that fills not just the lungs, but the soul. He knew that life was not measured in years or in noise, but in these sacred pauses where the heart learns to rest and rest becomes worship. He sat by the window, watching light fade into the soft blue of evening. Outside, the sparrow returned again, tapping once on the glass before flying away. Samuel smiled, his eyes gentle, his voice quiet as prayer. "Maybe the world doesn't need more noise," he murmured. "Maybe it just needs more hearts willing to pause." The clock ticked, the air stilled, and peace, deep, living peace, filled the little house once more. Faith grows not in motion, but in the gentle pauses between breaths. If tonight's story brought calm to your heart, dear friend, remember to subscribe so that each evening we can keep sharing these quiet moments of grace together. The Visitor at Dusk. The sun had already begun its slow descent when Samuel noticed the colour of the sky changing. It wasn't the kind of sunset that shouted, it whispered. The clouds glowed like embers cooling after a long day, and the air outside his window carried the faint scent of smoke and bread. Evening was always his favourite hour. It was when everything, people, birds, even the wind, seemed to move slower, as if the world was exhaling. He had come to think of dusk as the time when heaven leaned closest to earth. He placed his hand on the old Bible and closed it gently. His eyes had grown tired again, but his heart was wide awake. He thought of the day that had just passed, the quiet church, the woman lighting her candle, the laughter in the park. Each small moment, he realized, was its own kind of prayer. As the last light faded, Samuel lit his lamp. The warm glow spread across the room, chasing the shadows into corners. He filled the kettle and set it on the stove, the soft hiss of flame mingling with the evening stillness. The clock ticked on, patient as always. Then came the sound of footsteps outside. Not hurried or heavy, just careful, uncertain steps on the old cobblestone path. Samuel turned his head toward the door, his breath pausing for a moment. A memory flickered, the knock of the boy in the rain. But tonight, no knock came, only silence and the soft shuffle of feet stopping near the door. He stood, cane in hand, and opened it slowly. The hinges sang their familiar tune. Outside stood a woman, middle-aged, perhaps 40, holding a small bundle wrapped in wool. Her face was pale from the chill, and her eyes held the weary gentleness of someone who had been walking for a long time. "Good evening," Samuel said softly. "Are you lost?" She shook her head. "No, sir, I was told you might help me. My mother once spoke of you. She said you prayed for her years ago when my father was ill." Samuel studied her face, searching the corners of memory. There it was, the faint resemblance to a younger woman who used to attend Ruth's Bible gatherings decades ago. He nodded, slowly. "Yes, I remember. Your mother's name was Ellen, wasn't it?" The woman smiled through tiredness. "It was. She passed last winter." Her voice trembled on the last word. Samuel's heart softened. "I'm sorry, child. She was a kind soul." The woman stepped forward and held out the bundle. "This is my daughter Anna. She's been sick for days. We're staying in a small room by the river, but the doctor says the fever may last." Samuel leaned forward, his old hands trembling slightly as he brushed the cloth away. Inside was a little girl, no older than 7, sleeping restlessly. Her cheeks were flushed, a lock of hair damp with sweat. He motioned them inside. "Come in, both of you. The night is turning cold." The woman hesitated, but something in his voice and that calm steadiness made her nod. They stepped in. The air inside was warm and smelled faintly of tea and candle wax. Samuel fetched a blanket and laid it near the fire. He poured hot water into 2 cups and handed one to the mother. They sat quietly for a while, the fire crackling softly, the child breathing shallowly but steadily. "I'm no healer," Samuel said at last, "but I can pray." Tears welled in the woman's eyes. "That's all I was hoping for." He nodded, then knelt beside the child. His knees ached, his hands trembled, but his voice, though old, carried a steady warmth. He didn't ask for miracles. He asked for mercy. He didn't plead loudly. He spoke as one speaking to a dear friend who was already listening. "Lord," he whispered, "this little one is yours. We are only the keepers of what you love. Please breathe peace into her body tonight." For a while, the only sound was the clock ticking and the fire's soft sigh. Then Samuel placed his hand over the girl's. Her skin was hot, but beneath it he felt a faint, strong pulse. He smiled gently. "There it is," he said. "Life still answers." The mother sat beside him, tears sliding down her cheeks. Samuel didn't look away. He simply nodded toward the fire. "You rest now. God keeps longer watch than we ever could." Hours passed quietly. Outside, the last traces of daylight vanished. The moon rose, silver and soft, spilling light through the window. Samuel sat in his chair, watching over the girl as she slept, the blanket rising and falling with each breath. At some point, the mother drifted into sleep too, her head resting against the chair. Samuel remained awake, humming softly the same hymn he and Ruth had sung long ago. The sound was barely a whisper, but it filled the room like a gentle tide. When the clock struck midnight, the girl stirred. Her breathing deepened. A faint colour returned to her face. Samuel exhaled slowly, his eyes glistening. He whispered again, "Thank you." Not for the healing alone, but for being allowed to witness grace at work. Quiet, unannounced, yet unmistakably real. By dawn, the fire had turned to embers. The woman awoke and touched her daughter's cheek, gasping softly. "She's cooler," she said. Samuel nodded, smiling. The night has done its work. They shared tea together in silence, watching the first light enter the room. When the woman rose to leave, she took Samuel's hand. "I don't know how to thank you." "Just keep loving her," he said. "That's prayer enough." When the door closed behind them, the little house felt full, not empty, but filled with the warmth of something unseen yet deeply known. Samuel turned toward the window, the morning sun brushing across his face, and he whispered to no one in particular, "Every knock at the door is a chance to meet him again." The clock ticked, steady as ever. And outside, the world woke once more, wrapped not in noise, but in quiet mercy. God often arrives without announcement, sometimes in the footsteps of a stranger at dusk. If this story has brought a little light to your evening, dear friend, remember to subscribe, so that tomorrow night we may sit together again in peace. Bread for the morning. When the first light of dawn crept over the rooftops, Samuel was already awake. He hadn't slept much, but he didn't feel tired. There was a peace in him that had nothing to do with rest, the kind that lingers after witnessing something holy, something wordless. He poured himself a small cup of tea and sat by the window. Outside, mist still hugged the street, and the lamplight glowed like fading stars. He could see faint footprints in the wet path where the woman and her little girl had walked away only hours earlier. Samuel smiled quietly to himself. He had no way of knowing how the girl was now. But faith, he thought, was sometimes nothing more than believing goodness continues beyond your sight. The kettle whistled softly behind him. He poured another cup, letting the warmth rise to his face, and broke a small piece of bread left from yesterday. The bread was slightly stale, but when he bit into it, it still carried the memory of kindness. The boy's smile, the woman's gratitude, the warmth of the oven. He thought, everything that is shared keeps a trace of blessing. After breakfast, Samuel decided to visit the bakery. The morning air was crisp, smelling faintly of smoke and yeast. Pigeons strutted near puddles, pecking at crumbs left behind by the early crowd. He walked slowly, his cane tapping a steady rhythm on the cobblestone street. When he arrived, the boy behind the counter looked up and grinned. "Morning, sir," he said. "You're early today." Samuel chuckled. "It seems I've gotten used to waking with the dawn." He looked at the shelves, rows of fresh loaves, golden and warm, lined like faithful soldiers ready for the day. The boy reached for one and handed it to him. This one just came out of the oven, still warm. Samuel accepted it with both hands, feeling the hair. Gentle heat seep into his palms. He hesitated a moment, then said, "Tell your mother the bread has a way of finding those who need it." The boy frowned, puzzled, but smiling. "I'll tell her, sir." Samuel left a few coins on the counter, more than the price, and stepped back into the sunlight. He walked toward the church again, holding the loaf under his arm like something precious. Each step seemed to echo with quiet purpose. When he reached the church, the doors were open, and the same old woman who had lit a candle the day before was sweeping near the altar. She looked up and smiled. "Good morning, Mr. Samuel. You're early." He nodded. The day feels gentler when it begins here. He placed the bread on the small wooden table near the entrance. "For anyone who might come hungry," he said softly. The woman paused, watching him. "That's kind of you." Samuel shook his head. "Not kindness, just gratitude. God sent me bread when I needed company. Maybe today he'll send someone who needs bread more than me." The woman touched his arm gently. "You have a good heart." He smiled. "I've just had a long time to let him mend it." After a quiet moment, he sat on one of the pews. The morning light filtered through the stained glass, colouring the dust in hues of blue and gold. It danced across the floor like slow water. Samuel closed his eyes and simply breathed. In his mind, he heard Ruth's laughter again, that soft, steady sound that had once filled their home. He imagined her sitting beside him, her hands folded neatly in her lap, her eyes closed in peace. He whispered, "We're still caring for people, Ruth. You'd like that." A cool breeze drifted through the open door, and the flame of a nearby candle flickered. Samuel looked up at it, smiling faintly. "Even the smallest light makes the morning brighter," he murmured. He stayed until the bells rang 9 times, each tone deep and slow, echoing through the empty nave like a heartbeat. Then he rose and made his way back home. Outside, life had begun in earnest. Children hurried to school with satchels swinging at their sides. A man delivered milk bottles, their glass clinking like tiny chimes. 2 neighbours greeted each other across the street, laughter cutting through the cool air. Samuel walked among them quietly, the warmth of the bread still lingering in his hands. He thought about how, once upon a time, he had felt invisible, just another old man passing through unnoticed streets. But lately something had changed. Perhaps it wasn't the world that had grown kinder. Perhaps it was his heart that had learned to see again. At home, he placed the empty teacup beside the lamp and sat down by the window. From there, he could see the steeple of the church rising steady against the pale sky. The bread was gone, but he didn't feel its absence. It had found its way to someone else, and in that quiet knowing, he felt full. He picked up the Bible once more, opening it to where the ribbon had fallen. His eyes traced the verse slowly. "Give us this day our daily bread." He smiled. "Not just bread for the body," he said softly, "but bread for the heart." He closed the book, leaned back in his chair, and let the sunlight fall across his face. The air was still, the clock steady, and somewhere in the distance the church bells began again, not loud, but sure, as if echoing his own heartbeat. Samuel whispered, "Every morning brings a new loaf of grace." Then he sat quietly, watching the world move, and felt himself part of it again, not forgotten but gently held. The bread that feeds the soul is baked in the oven of gratitude. If this story has warmed your heart tonight, dear listener, remember to subscribe so that tomorrow evening we can meet again in another quiet story of grace. The Candle and the Child. By late afternoon, the light had turned the colour of warm honey. Shadows from the elm outside Samuel's window lay across the floor like folded shawls. He stood, stretched his slow limbs, and reached for his coat. There was still time before evening bells. He decided to walk to the church again, not for any special reason, just the hush that waited there. The street carried the hum of ordinary life. A bicycle rattled past. A woman laughed softly into her scarf. The milkman waved with 2 fingers and kept moving. Samuel walked at his own patient pace, cane tapping the cobbles like a metronome for prayer. Near the corner, he paused to watch a cat settle in a square of sunlight on a doorstep. Wise creature, he smiled and continued. The church door was half open, breathing the faintest draught of incense and beeswax. Inside, air held the cool of stone and the kindness of candles. Samuel dipped his fingers in the font and traced the sign of the cross with the reverence of someone greeting an old friend. He did not hurry. He never hurried here. To the left of the nave, a side chapel glowed with a scatter of small flames. As he turned into it, he saw a child standing on tiptoe, elbows on the marble ledge, face lit by the tiny fires. It was Anna, the little girl who had slept in his chair 2 nights ago, fever burning through her dreams. Now her cheeks were pale with health. Only a rosy echo remained. Her mother stood a few paces back, hands folded. When she noticed Samuel, she gave a quiet smile, the kind you offer when words would spill more gratitude than you can say. Anna looked up at him with the frank curiosity children keep even after illness. "Hello," she whispered, as if speaking loudly might blow out the room. "Hello there," Samuel replied, lowering himself beside her. The candle flames trembled and steadied again, like small hearts remembering their rhythm. "May I light one?" she asked, glancing at her mother, who nodded. Samuel took a long wooden taper and dipped its tip into a living flame. He waited a breath, always a breath, then held it out to the child. "Gently," he said, as if you're handing a bird its first flight. Anna giggled softly, the sound a bell made of silk. She touched the taper to an unlit candle. For a moment, nothing. Then, the thinnest thread of fire took hold, curled inward, and bloomed. Anna's eyes widened. "It's like it decided to live," she whispered. Samuel's mouth twitched with the memory of a younger man who would have tried to explain. This older Samuel only nodded. Sometimes light needs only a little courage. They stood still together, their breathing folding into the chapel's quiet. Wax ticked in tiny runnels. Stone kept its calm. From the nave came a footstep and the soft brush of a broom, the old woman at her morning sweeping now tending evening peace. Anna leaned her head toward the candles. "What do people say to them?" she asked. "To the candles, I mean." Samuel considered. "They say many things, but I think the candles listen with their light more than their ears." The child smiled, satisfied by this answer that wasn't an answer. She held the taper carefully while Samuel lit one more flame. Not hurried, not solemn either, simply as one performs a task that is familiar and still somehow holy. Her mother stepped closer. "Sir," she murmured. She wanted to come and give thanks. Her voice trembled at the last word. She looked as if sleep had finally found her last night and made a proper home there. Samuel touched the marble with his fingertips. "Thanks is a good traveller," he said. "It always finds its way." They rested a while, 3 figures in a small lit world. On the wall hung a plain wooden cross. Beneath it, A cracked stone bowl caught a draught that turned each flame a fraction to one side, as if they were all listening in the same direction. "Do you think God can see small lights?" Anna asked suddenly. Samuel chuckled, the sound worn smooth by years. "He made the stars," he said, "and yet he counts sparrows. I suspect small light is his favourite kind." The child nodded with the seriousness of 7. Then she blew gently across her taper and watched the smoke unwind into the air like a ribbon drawing a picture you couldn't quite name. On their way out of the chapel, they passed an old man kneeling on the last step. He clasped a photograph between his hands, a woman with bright eyes and a hat pinned crookedly, as if laughter had nudged it there. He did not look up. He didn't need to. In places like this, you are seen without being watched. Back in the nave, afternoon had thinned toward evening. A single beam of light slipped through a blue pane and lay across the floor like a river you could not cross except by quiet. Samuel's cane clicked once. The sound seemed too loud, and then it wasn't. At the door, Anna tugged his sleeve. "2 candles. Talk to each other?" she asked. He bent closer. "Only when no one is afraid," he said. Then they passed their light along. In the doorway, the wind lifted the girl's hair, and the evening smelled of wood smoke and rain that had not yet decided to fall. They stood a moment longer, the 3 of them, as if leaving would disturb something tender that had just settled. "Thank you," the mother said again. Samuel shook his head. "I only opened a door." They walked together down the steps. A bell tolled the hour. Not loud, merely certain. Anna waved and skipped ahead a few steps, then turned back, suddenly shy. "Good night," she said. "Good night, little light," Samuel answered. He watched them cross the square, hand in hand, the kind of picture the heart frames without glass. When they disappeared around the bakery corner, he remained a while longer beneath the church's shadow, listening to the day fold itself neatly for sleep. On the way home, he stopped at his gate to pinch back a brown leaf on Ruth's rose bush. The stem yielded with a soft sigh. The bud beneath it looked surprised and relieved. "Make room for the new," he murmured. In the window, his lamp waited, a faithful star in a faithful sky. Inside, he set his coat on the chair, straightened the Bible on the table, and struck a match. The wick caught. He cupped the flame with his palm, not to hide it, but to bless it with attention. The room warmed by a degree that had nothing to do with temperature. He imagined the side chapel again, the candles leaning as if listening, the girl's careful breath, the mother's soft thanks. He realized that most of what makes a day holy is not loud enough to hear with the ears. He sat, folded his hands, and did not try for words. The clock kept time like a lullaby. Outside, the elm gave the window one gentle tap, finger of wind, sign of presence. After a while he spoke, but only this: "Let there be light, even the small kind, especially the small kind." The flame lifted, then steadied, as if answering Amen. Little lights teach us this: grace is strongest when it passes quietly from hand to hand. If this evening's quiet brought you peace, dear friend, please subscribe, so tomorrow night we can share another small light together. The first summer rain. By afternoon, the sky had gathered itself into a soft grey shawl. Light thinned in the lane, and a hush passed over the roofs like a hand smoothing a wrinkled sheet. Samuel paused at his window and breathed in the cool. Somewhere close, metal spoke to metal, a shopkeeper lowering a shutter halfway, not to close, just to listen. The elm leaves trembled, and the first drop struck the sill with the gentleness of a fingertip. He put the kettle on, though he wasn't sure he wanted tea. Steam was company. It made a small conversation with the air. He stood, mug in hand, while the rain began to stitch the street with threads of silver. Stone darkened. The gutter found its voice. On the far corner, the bakery's awning bowed, then shook itself like a polite dog. Samuel took his coat from the back of the chair, felt in the pocket for the old umbrella, and stepped into the doorway just as the rain decided to be honest. It came not in anger, but in richness, like a generous guest who brought more than expected. Within a minute, the cobbles shone. Within 3, the world smelled of bread and earth and iron, the way cities remember they were fields once. A small figure darted from the bakery, the boy, clutching a paper bag against his chest. He misjudged a puddle and landed in the center of it with both feet. Samuel laughed aloud. The boy did too, the sound bright in the soft roar. "Sir," the boy called, "Mother says to take this day-old rolls for the church basket." He waved the bag, then looked up at the sudden wet veil between them. Samuel raised the umbrella and stepped out. They met halfway. "Hold this," Samuel said, angling the umbrella so the boy and the bag were dry and his own shoulders took the extra rain. They walked the few steps together to his door. Water ran off the brim in a clean line. "Tell your mother thank you," Samuel said. "And your shoes?" He nodded toward the puddle, now holding a small upside-down sky. The boy looked at the puddle, then at Samuel's smiling eyes and shrugged. "They'll dry," he said. "Most things do," Samuel answered. The boy trotted away. Samuel lingered on the step. Across the lane, Mrs. Adler, who lived alone above the tailor's, wrestled with a sagging window box. The left bracket had worked loose. The box pitched perilously whenever the wind tossed a heavier breath. Samuel glanced at the rain, then at the box, then at his hands. He returned inside, set the rolls on the table, and fetched his small tin of screws and the screwdriver with the smooth wooden handle Ruth had rubbed to satin over years of fixing little things that refused to stay mended. He crossed the street slowly, umbrella tucked against the wind, tools in his pocket. "Mrs. Adler," he called up. Her face appeared behind the wavering glass, a neat woman with patient eyes. "Oh, Mr. Samuel," she said, voice muffled, "I'm making a menace of myself." "Not at all," he said. "May I?" He set the umbrella's handle between knee and wall, waited for the box to steady between gusts, then lifted it with care as if it were a sleeping cat. A screw, a second, a test pull. The bracket held, so did the rain, singing approval on the awning. Mrs. Adler opened the door a careful width and pressed a folded handkerchief into Samuel's palm. "For your glasses," she said. He dabbed them clear and gave the cloth back. "Keep it," she said. "I have another." He tucked it into his pocket like a letter. On his way back, he noticed the gutter above his own window spouting at the corner where joint met stone. A slip of leaf, perhaps. He climbed 2 steps on the wooden ladder kept in the alley, cleared the clog with 2 fingers, and watched a little waterfall change its mind and become a stream again. The rain applauded briefly on the sill, then ran obediently to the drain. Inside, he opened the paper bag. The rolls had cooled, but still held the scent of morning. He set 2 aside for himself, wrapped 3 in a cloth for Mrs. Adler, and tucked the rest into a basket for the church. As he tied the cloth, the bell at St. Michael's tolled once, not the hour, just the gentle note they sounded when the sacristan propped the doors for afternoon prayer. Samuel looked at the rain, at the basket, at the umbrella dripping into the tray by the door. He put on his hat. The church breathed out warmth and candlelight as he entered. The old woman with the broom nodded from the side aisle. He left the rolls where he had left the loaf the day before, on the small table by the door with a handwritten card, "For anyone who is hungry." Beside it lay a single plum and a wedge of white cheese, anonymous gifts in a growing conversation of kindness. In the side chapel, the candles worked patiently at their quiet labour. Anna's flame, or one that felt like it, leaned slightly left in the same familiar draught. Samuel sat for a while without asking anything. Rain ticked on the slate roof, 1,000 tiny musicians with perfect timing. He found himself remembering a psalm Ruth loved, the one about fields rejoicing and rivers clapping their hands. He smiled. If rivers clap, surely roofs can keep time. When he rose, a man stood in the nave staring out through the open door into the rain, hat in hand, shoulders sloped with the weight of a day that had not asked his permission. Samuel passed him and paused. "Umbrella?" Samuel offered. "I have two." The man hesitated. I couldn't." "Please," Samuel said. "Bring it back when the weather forgets itself." The man's mouth softened. He took the umbrella like a fragile truth and nodded once with a gratitude that didn't insist on words. On the walk home, the rain eased, thinning to a soft lace that left more space for the sounds beneath it. A cart's wheel, a laugh from under an awning, a window latch finding its seat. Samuel carried the empty umbrella handle like a staff and felt lighter for having less in his hands. At the door he found a note tucked beneath the mat. The paper had blurred at the edges, but the words held, "Thank you." The fever broke. No signature, none was needed. He pressed the note flat on the table, the way one presses a leaf in a book to keep its season. The afternoon leaned toward evening. He lit the lamp early and set the kettle again. Steam rose. The window fogged and cleared, as if the house were breathing slowly with him. He sliced one roll, not neatly, and spread it with a little butter and the last spoon of honey Ruth had liked to keep for very ordinary feasts. He took a bite and laughed softly. Rain makes plain food taste like memory. Beyond the glass, the lane shone. Drops slid from the elm like strings of beads cut loose by an invisible hand. 2 children splashed deliberately through the shallowest puddle and shouted apologies to no one. A stray dog shook itself and forgave the sky. Samuel stood a long time without moving, holding nothing but the quiet. He thought of the window box, the loosened gutter, the umbrella given away, the note at the door. None of it was large, yet the day felt full in a way that large things sometimes fail to be. He understood again what the rain had been saying since noon. It falls on everyone. It does not ask for a map of deserving. He carried his mug to the chair and opened the Bible to the page the breeze chose. The thin paper lifted, settled, lifted again, as if agreeing with the weather. He didn't chase a verse. He let one find him. A line about mercy coming down like gentle rain on cut grass. He traced it with a finger and closed his eyes. Outside, the rain softened to a hush, then to memory. Somewhere a door closed. Somewhere a bell argued with distance and won. Samuel whispered into the room that had learned to keep his secrets. "Let it fall, Lord, on me, on them, on all of us the same." He set the empty mug on the table, turned down the lamp, and listened while the last drops negotiated with the gutter. The house, like the lane, like the town, seemed washed of hurry. When he finally slept, it was with the window slightly open, and the handkerchief Mrs. Adler had given him folded like a small white promise beneath the Bible's ribbon. Grace, like the first summer rain, does not choose where to fall. It simply blesses. If this quiet story has brought you a little calm, dear friend, please subscribe, so tomorrow evening we can share another gentle moment of grace together. the farmer and the empty field. Morning wore the soft colour of pewter after the night's rain. The lanes shone where puddles lingered, and the roofs steamed slowly in the new light. Samuel buttoned his coat to the throat and set out toward the edge of town, where the houses thinned and the fields began their long conversation with the horizon. The air smelled of turned earth, of wet grass and a little smoke from a far chimney. A blackbird hopped along the fence line, head cocked, as if counting the small secrets the rain had left in the ruts. Ahead, beyond a gate that had forgotten how to close, an old field lay dark and clean, the kind of darkness that promised something rather than warned of it. A man stood in the middle of that wide brown world, boots sunk deep, hat tugged low. He held a burlap sack under one arm and with the other drew a patient arc with his hand, scattering seed in a slow, steady rhythm. It was not hurried work, it was work for a heart, acquainted with seasons. Samuel stopped at the fence and watched. There was something about the motion, that faithful swing, the turn, the quiet step forward, that calmed him the way a psalm does, when you don't need to remember all the words. The man looked up, caught sight of him, and lifted 2 fingers from the brim, a greeting too small to disturb the morning. "Good day," Samuel called, voice low as if speaking louder might startle the seeds. "Good day," the man answered. He came toward the fence, his boots releasing the soil with soft, sticky sighs. Up close he had a weathered kindness about him, the sort that comes from having forgiven the sky more than once. "You so alone?" Samuel asked. The farmer smiled. "Never quite alone," he said, glancing at the dark earth, then at the sky. He opened the sack a little and offered it for Samuel to see. Inside, 1,000 small futures rested together like patient punctuation. "After rain," the farmer said, "the ground listens better." He took a pinch and showed Samuel how the hand moves, not clutching, not throwing, just letting go, from a height the seed understands. Samuel tried the motion, palm open, fingers easing. A thin drift of seed stitched the first row as neatly as he could manage. He felt strangely shy, as if he had been invited to speak in a language he once knew as a child and was learning again by feel. "I'm Elias," the farmer said. "This field belonged to my father and his father. It's not the richest ground, but it's honest." Samuel nodded. "I'm Samuel. I've been watching things grow lately. Candles, bread lines, a child's strength. The small kind of crops." Elias's eyes warmed. "Those are the best kind. They don't always keep the wolves away, but they make a man a neighbour." They worked side by side for a little while. The rhythm entered Samuel's bones. Step, lift, so, step, lift, so. Between each handful there was a pause. The same quiet he felt at home when the clock held its breath between ticks. He thought how much of faith lived in that pause. The moment when you've let the seed go and have not yet seen a single green thread return. Beyond them, a church bell threw one slow note against the morning. It travelled farther than sound usually does, across hedges, over ditches, into the field where the note seemed to set down among the seeds like a blessing pretending not to be. Elias wiped his palm on his trousers and glanced toward the bell. "I like that," he said softly. "Reminds me we plant in company." A wind came, not bold, not shy, and pushed a cloud's shadow along the furrows, a dark ship sailing on a brown sea. It passed, and the field shone again in its damp promise. A lark unstitched itself from the hedgerow and climbed on an invisible ladder of notes, singing the tune fields have believed for centuries. Wait, it will come. You are not forgotten. When the sack was half emptied. Elias tightened its mouth and set it on a stone. "Tea?" he asked, pulling a dented flask from his pocket. They sat on the fence, boots muddy, elbows easy, and drank in quiet. The tea tasted of tin and patience. "You lost someone," Elias said gently, not as a question but as a way of making room for an answer. Samuel turned the cup in his hands. "My Ruth," he said, "7 winters. Some days it feels like yesterday, some days like a century." Elias nodded. "My Mary's been gone 5. I sew as if she's watching. It keeps me from growing stingy with the seed." They smiled at each other, strangers who had recognized each other's grief by the shape it left behind. Elias stood again and picked up the sack. "Walk the last row with me," he said, "and we'll let the birds have the rest. They preach better than I do." They moved down the furrow together, and Samuel noticed how the field took the seed, as if it had been waiting all its life to receive it. Not one grain asked for proof of harvest. Everyone fell, as if trust were its only weight. At the far corner, Elias scooped from the sack and tossed a bright scatter into the grass by the fence. 2 sparrows dove from a nearby post and began their small feast, feet busy, heads flicking with cheerful greed. Elias watched them with approval. "There," he said, "sermons with wings." Samuel laughed, then grew quiet. He thought of the boy at the bakery, of the woman's note under his mat, of the umbrella he had loaned to a stranger who might never return it. He realized the same motion had been asked of him in each small kindness. Open your hand, release, and trust the rest to God and time. Elias reached into the sack again and closed Samuel's fingers around a small cloth pouch. "Take these," he said. "Not much, enough for a window box, or a patch where you can see it from your chair." Samuel felt the weight, light as a promise. "What will they be?" "Barley," Elias said, then reconsidered. "And prayer." They shook hands, the old farm way, firm, brief, with a warmth that made words unnecessary. Samuel began the walk back toward town, pouch deep in his pocket, thumb rubbing the cloth as if the seeds might feel steadier that way. The road climbed a little. From the crest he looked back and saw Elias, small now against the field, arms swinging in that sure, generous arc. A cloud moved and set a soft brightness on the place where they had left the sparrows to their sermon. In town, the bakery door chimed as Samuel entered. The boy looked up and grinned. "Sir, you're muddy." "Happy mud," Samuel said, "the kind the future likes." He bought 2 rolls and left an extra coin without speaking of it. The boy pretended not to notice, which is to say, he noticed perfectly. At home, Samuel brought the window box down from the sill. He lined it anew with fresh soil, dark as the field, and opened the cloth pouch with the care of someone opening a letter from far away. He lifted his hand as Elias had shown him, not clutching, not throwing, and let the seed go. A few clung to his palm, reluctant to begin. He smiled and blew them gently free. He watered the box, set it beneath the window, and stood looking at it longer than there was anything to see. The clock behind him ticked. The lamp waited. The Bible lay open to a page the breeze approved. But for a while, he watched only the soil, the undramatic face of hope. He did not ask for proof. He did not demand a sign. He placed his hand flat upon the wooden sill and said the simplest prayer he knew. "Thank you for what is coming that I cannot yet see." A cart rattled past outside. A child laughed in 2 bright notes. Somewhere the bell at St. Michael's tolled the 1/4 hour and then fell quiet as if listening with him. The light tilted toward afternoon. Samuel lifted the window a notch so the seed could hear the world and the world could hear the seed. Later, when he sat down with tea, he noticed a single thread of straw adhering to his sleeve. He did not brush it away. He left it there in case hope needed a place to land. Faith is the open hand that lets the seed fall and trusts the soil to remember. If this gentle moment blessed you tonight, dear friend, please subscribe, so tomorrow evening we can keep sowing these quiet stories together. The bench by the river. The next morning, the sun returned timidly, as though it too had needed a night to rest. Mist lifted from the rooftops in thin silver threads, and the town exhaled a faint smell of damp stone and coffee. Samuel woke early, his hands still faintly scented with soil from the seeds he'd planted the day before. When he washed them, the water turned a little cloudy, not dirty but marked by yesterday's faith. He opened the window. The street below glistened. Children were already walking to school, stepping carefully around puddles that reflected a perfect upside-down world. He smiled, thinking how life always offered a mirror if you knew where to look. On his small table sat the window box, dark, silent, unchanged. He touched the soil gently with his fingertips. Nothing yet, of course. But beneath the surface, work had already begun. He could almost feel it, that hidden stirring where life decides quietly to begin again. He made tea, wrapped his scarf, and stepped outside. The air was crisp, filled with the aftertaste of rain. He felt like walking, not toward the church this time, but down toward the river, a place Ruth had loved, especially in early spring when the banks were still soft with moss. The road curved through the narrow streets and then opened suddenly, as if the town had stepped aside to make space for stillness. The river ran slow and wide, carrying the memory of mountains far away. Birds skated across its surface, wings brushing ripples into circles that widened, then forgot themselves. A wooden bench sat near the bend facing east. Samuel had carved his initials beneath it many years ago, when the wood was new and his hair was not yet white. He brushed away a few fallen leaves and sat down. The air here had its own language, a low conversation between water and wind, too soft to interrupt. He folded his hands over his cane and listened. A distant church bell answered a quarter hour. The sound floated over the river like incense without smoke. After a while, he noticed a fisherman a few yards away, an old man in a heavy coat, lines of patience etched deep around his eyes. The man raised a hand in greeting. Samuel returned it. Neither spoke. The river didn't need words, and neither did they. Minutes, or maybe hours, passed unnoticed. The world seemed to have loosened its grip on time. A leaf detached itself from a low branch, turning slowly as it fell. Samuel followed its drift until it landed softly on the surface and began its small journey downstream. He thought, everything that leaves still travels somewhere. He felt the first cool touch of breeze against his cheek and drew his coat tighter. The sun had risen higher, casting broken diamonds across the water. He leaned back and closed his eyes. It was strange. In youth, silence had made him restless. Now it steadied him. Perhaps age teaches us that God doesn't always whisper to fill the quiet. Sometimes he is the quiet. A dog barked somewhere behind him. Samuel opened his eyes to see a young woman approaching, a leash in hand and a cheerful smile that seemed to brighten even the grey edges of the morning. She nodded politely. "Lovely day, isn't it?" He smiled. "It is, the kind that asks for no plans." She laughed softly. "That's the best kind." The dog, a golden retriever with muddy paws, sniffed curiously at Samuel's shoes before settling down beside the bench. "He likes you," the woman said. "I'm honoured," Samuel replied. "I haven't been chosen by a dog in some time." They talked for a few minutes about the rain, the river, the way the town seemed gentler when people weren't rushing anywhere. She mentioned she'd moved there recently, caring for her elderly father. Samuel listened more than he spoke. There was something comforting in her presence. The easy kindness of youth that didn't know yet how healing it could be. Before leaving, she reached into her pocket and pulled out a small paper bag. "Would you like a biscuit? I bake too many." He accepted one, smiling. "Bake too many. That's the best reason to share." She laughed again, clipped the leash and waved. "See you again, maybe." "Maybe," he echoed. He watched as she and the dog disappeared down the path, sunlight brushing their backs like a benediction. He broke the biscuit in half, ate one piece, and left the other on the bench beside him. A sparrow landed moments later, tilting its head before claiming the crumb. "Good morning," Samuel said softly. "You're welcome." The river kept speaking in its patient tongue. He thought of Elias's field, of the seed lying beneath damp soil, of the little girl lighting her candle. Each of them, Elias, Anna, the dog, the sparrow, was part of a single rhythm that did not hurry. He realized he was learning to live by that rhythm again. He leaned forward, elbows on his knees, and whispered a prayer that wasn't quite words. "Teach me, Lord, to wait like the river waits, moving, yet never rushing." The breeze shifted, the water's surface shimmered. In that shimmer he thought he saw Ruth for an instant, a reflection beside his, smiling at something far away. It was gone in a blink, but the peace remained. He took it as a hello, or perhaps a reminder. Love never really leaves. It only changes its seat. He rose slowly, joints stiff but heart-light, and tapped the cane once against the bench. "See you tomorrow," he told the river. Then he began the walk home. By the time he reached his door, the air had warmed. He checked the window box. Still only dark soil, but a tiny green point had begun to push through. It was so small he might have missed it if he hadn't been watching closely. He bent low, eyes soft. "Well," he whispered, "you're quicker than I thought." He straightened, poured himself a cup of tea and sat by the window again. Outside, the light shifted, slow as forgiveness. Somewhere beyond the houses, the river went on singing its endless hymn. He took a long sip, set the cup down and smiled to himself. "Every seed," he murmured, "has its own river to reach." The clock ticked once, steady and kind, as if agreeing. Patience is not waiting for time to pass. It is learning to rest inside God's rhythm. If this story has brought you peace tonight, dear friend, please subscribe so that tomorrow evening we can walk again together beside the quiet river of grace. The letter that never came. The next morning began with a small sound, the flap of the mail slot against the door. It startled Samuel from his quiet breakfast. He looked up, half smiling, as though someone had knocked gently on the day. It had been years since he expected letters. Most who once wrote had gone on ahead of him, into that far country where postage was no longer required. Still, the sound carried a familiar tug. He rose, steadying himself with his cane, and walked to the door. A thin envelope lay on the mat, pale blue, edges curled slightly from damp fingers. He lifted it, turned it over, and saw only the town's crest and a return address he didn't know. Inside was a printed note. Notice of community gathering, St. Michael's Parish Hall, Sunday evening. Open to all. He smiled. Not a letter meant for his heart, perhaps, but still an invitation. He pinned it on the corkboard above the table. beside a faded photograph of Ruth and the tiny dried flower she had once pressed into the corner of a page. After breakfast, he tidied the house. Not because it needed tidying, but because care, he thought, was a form of prayer. He dusted the windowsill, polished the lamp, and trimmed the small shoot that had sprouted crookedly in the window box. The seed had grown taller overnight, its first leaves reaching upward like cautious hands learning how to praise. He smiled at it. "Well," he said, "you seem to be in a hurry to meet the light." Outside, the postman passed again, whistling. Samuel opened the door just in time to call out a greeting. The man tipped his cap. "Morning, Mr. Samuel. Nothing important today, I'm afraid." Samuel chuckled. Most important things aren't in envelopes anyway. He watched the postman walk down the street and disappear around the bend. Then he looked again at the small blue notice. It had been a long while since he'd been to any gathering, but the idea of company stirred something gentle in him. Maybe, he thought, it was time to listen to other voices than his own clock and kettle. He decided to write something, though he wasn't sure what. He took out his old stationery box, the same one Ruth had used to write birthday notes, Christmas greetings, small thank yous to neighbours for returned dishes. Inside were a few yellowed envelopes, a fountain pen, and a small bottle of ink that looked as though it had been waiting for decades to be remembered. He dipped the pen, hesitated, then began. "To my dearest Ruth, it's a quiet morning, the kind you would have loved. The sparrows have returned to the elm, and the river is loud from yesterday's rain. I've planted something new in the window box, barley from a friend. It's strange, but it made me think of the little garden you used to keep behind the church. The town feels smaller these days, though. Perhaps it's I who have grown slower. Still, I find pieces of you everywhere, in the smell of baked bread, in the way the bells echo at dusk. I sometimes wish letters could cross that final distance. I would tell you about the boy from the bakery, about the little girl who got better, about how God keeps sneaking up on me through ordinary days. I miss you. But less like an ache now, more like a hum beneath everything, reminding me I was once deeply loved and still am. Your Samuel." He let the ink dry, folded the letter neatly, and slipped it into an unsealed envelope. He didn't write an address. There was no one left to deliver it to. Instead, he placed it in the Bible, between the Psalms, a resting place for words meant only for heaven. The day passed quietly. He read a few pages of an old book, napped for a while, and later took his usual walk toward the bakery. The air was warm. Spring had truly arrived. The smell of yeast and butter spilled into the street as he entered. The boy grinned. "You'll come to the parish gathering, won't you, sir? Mum's baking apple tarts for it." Samuel nodded. "I'll be there." He bought a loaf, left an extra coin as usual, and stepped back into the golden afternoon. Halfway home, he stopped by the postbox out of habit. He turned the letter over in his pocket, unaddressed, unsent. For a moment he considered slipping it through the slot. Then he smiled. "Some words," he murmured, "already know where to go." He tucked it back into his coat and continued on. Back at home, the sun was setting. The small plant in the window box had straightened, a little taller, a little braver. Samuel poured water gently around its base and whispered, "Grow well, little one. You remind me that waiting is not empty." He sat at the table, unfolded the letter once more, and read it slowly under the lamp. It didn't make him sad. It felt more like prayer, not asking, not confessing, just remembering with gratitude. When the lamplight began to dim, he closed the Bible and slipped the letter back between its pages, The clock ticked on. The house breathed softly. He looked toward the window and thought he saw the reflection of a woman standing there, just light, just air, but shaped like love. He didn't turn. He didn't need to. He knew Ruth's spirit well enough to feel when she was near. He lifted his cup of tea, smiled, and said softly into the room, "Thank you for still finding me." Outside, the night gathered. The elm shivered once and grew still. Rain began again, light, persistent, like someone knocking softly on heaven's door. And inside, Samuel whispered the only prayer that fit the moment. "Keep me tender, Lord, so when letters from grace arrive, even the ones without names, I'll still recognize the handwriting." Some messages never reach the post because they're already answered in the quiet of the heart. If this story has touched something gentle within you tonight, dear friend, please subscribe so that tomorrow evening we can open another quiet letter from the heart together. Chairs in a circle. Morning came the way a hymn begins, quietly, with one steady note. Samuel woke before the bell, and the house was pale with early light. He sat up slowly, listening to the familiar cadence, the soft breath of the room, the old clock's even heart, the kettle's faint metal settling as if remembering yesterday's tea. He washed, put on his wool trousers, and polished his shoes with the care one gives to a small ritual. A thin crack in the leather ran like a river along the right toe. He rubbed a little more polish there, as if attention could become repair. Then he stitched a loose button on his coat, 2 neat crosses through the holes, not tucked under like a secret, and whispered, "Will do." By the window, the barley in the box stood half a hand high, tender and sure. He passed his palm above the blades without touching them, the way you bless a sleeping child. "Grow while I'm gone," he said. "There'll be people to meet later." The announcement for the parish gathering hung on the corkboard, the blue paper bluer than the sky. He pressed it flat with his fingers. It had been years since he'd helped at a hall event, but memory returned like muscle. Chairs, a broom, a kettle the size of a small barrel, a bell on a string that called people back from conversations at the door. He slipped 2 things into his pocket before he left. The white handkerchief Mrs. Adler had given him, and a short pencil worn down to a pilgrim of an inch. On the table, he left a note for himself. "Bring extra cups." Then he laughed. "As if I'll forget cups," he said to the lamp, which took the compliment in silence. The walk to St. Michael's carried the smell of bread and damp rope. Someone had washed linen and strung it along a line behind the rectory. In the parish hall, the door stood open, breathing beeswax and old wood. Dust drifted in a shaft of light, unhurried, like snow that had learned to float. "Mr. Samuel," called the old woman with the broom, leaning on the handle as if it were a friend. "You're early." "I'm old," he said, smiling. "We like to arrive before the day gets crowded." On the stage, a stack of metal folding chairs waited like a quiet choir. He took them 2 at a time, slow but steady, and began to set them not in rows, but in a circle. The circle felt right. In rows, people look forward. In a circle, they look at each other. "Circle, is it?" the woman asked, approving. "People tell gentler stories when they can see their neighbours' hands," Samuel replied. They worked without hurry. The broom kept time. The chairs clicked into place. Light moved across the floor plank by plank. A young man from the sacristy arrived with a bundle of cotton tablecloths. "Fresh from the line," he said, cheeks pink from the morning air. Samuel helped him spread the cloths on long tables, smoothing wrinkles with the flat of his palms. The fabric exhaled the clean fragrance of soap and sky. At the far end, he found a chipped enamel teapot large enough to ferry a river. He checked its spout, ran water through, and set it on the iron stove in the corner. The stove coughed, thought it over, then accepted its duty with a low hum. "Mr. Samuel," said a voice from the doorway. Elias the farmer stepped in, hat in hand, boots clean for town. "I brought eggs for the custards," he said, holding up a basket swaddled with a cloth, "and a jar of honey. Very ordinary feast, my Mary would have said." Samuel laughed softly at the familiar phrase. "Set them there," he said, pointing to a table. "We'll let sweetness find its work later." One by one, others drifted in the way birds find a branch, the bakery boy carrying trays of small apple tarts that perfumed the hall, Mrs. Adler with a tin of biscuits and a new handkerchief, just in case, Anna and her mother, cheeks bright, each holding a candle in a glass cup to set on the windowsill. Even the postman arrived in his blue coat, awkward without his bag, unsure of his hands. "Help with chairs," Samuel said, placing a chair in the man's grip. "There, now the hands know themselves." The hall began to look like welcome. On the stage, a woman tuned a violin, plucking so softly it sounded like rain finding its first note on a roof. A boy tested the bell on the string. It gave one shy chime, then stood ready. Samuel took his stub pencil and a stack of blank cards from a drawer. He sat at the far table and wrote 3 words on each, letters slow and careful as if carving them in wood. "You are welcome." He placed a card on every chair. It felt like setting a place at a table he would not see but had long prayed for. At noon he stepped outside for air. The square shimmered with a noon brightness that promised a clear evening. He sat on the steps and shared an apple tart with the bakery boy, half each, no argument. "Will you speak tonight?" the boy asked through a smile sugared with cinnamon. Samuel shook his head. "I'll listen. The hall has enough voices. My job is to keep the kettle honest." In the afternoon, Samuel walked home to fetch the extra cups he'd promised himself. On the way, he passed the river. It moved with the unbothered stride of things sure of their destination. He paused on the bridge, tipping his hat to the water. "Chairs in a circle," he told it. "We're practicing currents." At home, he gathered a stack of mismatched cups from the cupboard. Some plain, one with a blue rim, one with a faded spray of roses Ruth had liked. He wrapped them carefully in a cloth and tucked a small jar of plum jam into the basket for good measure. The barley at the window caught his eye again, taller now as if the day had passed through it and left a gift. "Soon," he said to the green, "you'll look back and realize you were growing while you thought you were only waiting." By late afternoon, the hall was ready. Chairs, tables, flowers clipped from someone's garden in jam jars, candles waiting for dusk. Samuel stood at the door and watched neighbors arrive. Slow, smiling, some shy, all relieved to see light and hear friendly noise. He greeted each as if he had been expecting exactly that person. The circle filled and no chair stayed empty for long. When the bell tugged its note and the violin found a melody the room already knew, Samuel took his place by the kettle, ladled hot water into cups and passed them along. He saw hands, many hands, receiving warmth and carrying it to others. He heard names exchanged, stories begun, laughter settling into corners like cats choosing where to nap. He noticed the man he'd lent the umbrella to come in, hair still damp. Umbrella returned and hung neatly by the door with an apology that looked like gratitude. He noticed Anna place her small candle on the sill and touch its glass as if greeting an old friend. He noticed Mrs. Adler's handkerchief exact and useful, offering itself wherever a spill threatened to become embarrassment. And he noticed something else, a looseness in the room, as if the town had been holding its breath and now remembered how to exhale. No speeches, not really, only small voices. A thank you for a borrowed ladder, a memory of a neighbour mending a fence, a song hummed by the violinist that turned into a chorus people didn't know they knew until they were singing it. Samuel felt Ruth very near, not as ache, not as shadow, as warmth. He imagined her sitting in the circle, hands folded, eyes shining at the simple rightness of people being glad for each other. He whispered, "You'd have arranged the flowers better," and smiled at the imperfect jar bouquets she would have graciously forgiven. When evening finally leaned its shoulder against the windows and the candles did the work the sun had done before them, Samuel stepped back to the door and watched. Light on faces, hands around cups, chair legs close enough to touch. A fellowship of ordinary saints. He thought of the seed in the window box, of Elias's field, of the river and the bench and the first summer rain. He understood all these days had been rehearsals for this shape of kindness. Later, when the last cup was washed and the violin packed away, he gathered the welcome cards people had tucked into pockets or left on seats. One remained on a chair near the door. He picked it up and turned it over. Someone had added 3 more words in a careful, unfamiliar hand. "And you are, too." He slipped the card into his pocket and stood for a moment under the lintel. The hall was quiet again, but not empty. Rooms remember, so do circles. Outside, stars had begun their patient work. He walked home slowly, basket light heart full. At his window, the barley leaned toward the dark as if listening to something beyond his walls. Samuel opened the Bible and set the card with the others he kept. Notes, dried petals, the unposted letter. He turned down the lamp and let the room rest. Before sleep, he whispered the simplest blessing he knew over the chairs, the cups, the hands, the town. "Lord, keep us in a circle, yours." When we place chairs in a circle, we make room for God to sit among us. If this quiet chapter brought you peace tonight, dear friend, please subscribe, so tomorrow evening we can keep gathering in these small circles of grace together. The candle left burning. The church bells had long since stopped when Samuel reached home that night. He closed the door softly, as though not to disturb the silence that had followed him from the hall. His coat still carried the scent of tea and apples and the faint sweetness of beeswax candles. He set the basket down, unwrapped the empty cups, and placed them on the table one by one. Each cup felt warm still, as if it remembered the hands that had held it, rough, gentle, young, trembling, tired, grateful. He paused over one, the one with the blue rim Ruth had loved. A trace of honey clung to the edge. He didn't wipe it away. Instead, he smiled. "It's good," he whispered, when a thing forgets to be cleaned too quickly. The house felt wider that night, not emptier, wider, as though all those voices, laughter, and kind silences had stretched its walls and filled the air with something living. He walked slowly to the window. The barley in the box shimmered faintly under the streetlight, and for a moment the green seemed to glow. He thought of the circle of chairs, of people leaning toward one another as though warming themselves at an invisible fire. Perhaps that was faith too, a flame that needed only company to stay alive. He boiled water for tea, poured it, and carried the cup to the armchair. But instead of sitting, he kept moving, restless in a peaceful way. There was something unfinished in the air, like the final chord of a hymn waiting to be sung. He looked toward the small table by the door where a single candle sat unlit. It had been part of Anna's collection, one of the small glass candles she and her mother had brought for the gathering. After everyone left, Samuel had noticed one still flickering near the window. He had brought it home without thinking. Now he picked it up. Inside, the wick leaned like a tired pilgrim, and the wax was pooled around its base. He struck a match. The flame rose, hesitant at first, then steady. The glass warmed under his fingers. He set it on the windowsill beside the barley. The flame's reflection doubled in the glass, dancing with its twin. Outside, the street was quiet. A single cat crossing the road, a late light in a neighbour's attic, the echo of the river in the distance. Samuel whispered, "Let's see how long you last, little one." He sank into the armchair at last, facing the glow. The candle's light softened everything it touched, the edges of books, the silver of the teapot, the old photograph of Ruth beside the clock. In that gentle glow, even time seemed slower, more forgiving. He leaned back and thought of the faces from the evening. Mrs. Adler laughing until she coughed. Elias handing out honey with the solemn pride of a man who knew its worth. The young woman with the dog listening shyly to the violin, the postman nodding to every story as if delivering them all to memory. Each person had carried their own weight, their own quiet ache, and yet for a few hours they had shared it so easily it no longer felt like burden. Samuel thought of what the boy from the bakery had said. "Will you speak tonight?" He hadn't, but now in the quiet, he found himself answering. He spoke softly, to the candle, to the empty room, to whoever might be listening in the unseen. "If I had spoken, I would have said this, that God hides in the smallest things, in the way light bends through glass, in the way hands find each other when words are too heavy, in a loaf of bread or the warmth of tea passed from one person to another. We look for him in miracles, but perhaps he's been waiting all along in our ordinary kindness." The candle flickered as if in agreement. He smiled. Maybe that's all faith really is, not knowing if the flame will last, but lighting it anyway. The clock chimed once, gently. Midnight. Samuel poured what remained of his tea onto the little plant in the window box. "Drink up," he said. "You're part of this prayer too." Outside, the wind picked up. It brushed past the eaves, then softened into a sigh. The candle's flame leaned, straightened, leaned again, never giving up, always correcting itself. He watched it with quiet fascination. The longer he looked, the more it seemed alive, breathing with him, like a heartbeat of the room. He thought of Ruth again, of how she used to leave a candle burning in the kitchen window on nights he worked late. "It's so you don't come home to darkness," she had said once. He had laughed then, not understanding. Now he understood. Light, no matter how small, is a promise. Not that darkness will end, but that it will never be alone. The candle burned lower. Wax gathered and folded into soft petals at its base. He leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees, eyes reflecting the small fire. "You've done well," he murmured. "Keep watch for a while longer." He must have dozed off, because when he opened his eyes again, the flame was gone. Only a thin ribbon of smoke rose into the still air, curling, twisting, then fading like a prayer that had reached where it was meant to go. The window was faintly fogged. He traced a small cross with his fingertip, not out of habit, but affection. Then he whispered, "Thank you, Lord, for staying even when the light goes out." He sat there a while longer, listening to the quiet, The wax cooled, the night deepened, and Samuel felt wrapped in a peace so whole that he almost didn't notice the faintest new sound, a bird early singing toward the dawn. He smiled. "Too soon, little one," he whispered. But it wasn't too soon. It was right on time. He stood, stretched, and blew gently toward the wick, not to extinguish it, but as if blessing what remained. Then he turned off the lamp, leaving the faint scent of smoke and wax to keep the house company. In the dark, he found his way to bed by memory alone. Before sleep, he said a small prayer without words, only gratitude and breath. Outside, the horizon was already thinking of light again. Faith is not keeping the candle from dying. It's believing the light remains even after the flame is gone. If this quiet story touched your heart tonight, dear friend, please subscribe so that tomorrow evening we may share another small flame of peace together. The sound of the rain barrel. The next morning, Samuel woke to the slow, steady rhythm of rain. It wasn't a storm, just the kind of soft rain that seems to apologize as it falls, tapping lightly on the roof like fingers playing an old lullaby. He stayed still for a moment, eyes closed, listening. The house breathed differently in rain. It sighed deeper, wood creaking softly as if remembering all the other mornings it had endured and loved. He rose, wrapped himself in his cardigan, and walked barefoot to the window. The world outside was grey and glistening. Drops ran down the glass in winding paths that met, parted, met again, like people crossing in a crowded square. The barley bowed under the weight of the water, trembling but unbroken. "Hold on," he whispered. "It's just a baptism." He opened the window a little. Cool air spilled in, smelling of wet earth and tin. From the alley below came the soft drum of rainwater filling the old barrel beside his door. That sound had always comforted him. Patient, circular, full of small purpose. It reminded him that even what falls finds a way to be gathered, to serve again. He brewed tea and carried the cup back to the window. The steam rose and mingled with the grey light. Across the street, the postman hurried by under his umbrella, boots splashing in puddles. A stray dog followed, keeping just close enough to share the shelter of the umbrella's edge. Samuel smiled. "Two pilgrims under one roof," he said softly. He thought of the candle from the night before, the one that had burned until dawn. The glass still sat on the windowsill, wax cooled into a pale spiral. He turned it in his hands and saw how the melted wax had formed small waves frozen in motion. Even endings, he thought, could leave beautiful shapes. The rain deepened. He could hear the rhythm of drops hitting the barrel outside. Tap, tap, pause, tap, tap, tap. It was music without melody, yet it filled the morning like a hymn. He sat at the table, opened his Bible, and found his bookmark resting between the Psalms. He read aloud, slowly, his voice blending with the rain. "He leads me beside still waters. He restores my soul." He set the book down and closed his eyes. Somewhere in the distance, church bells rang, their sound softened by the weather. He imagined the sound floating over the wet town, over chimneys, over fields, over the river bending its way toward the sea. Each note felt like a reminder that even under clouds, heaven still reaches down. After breakfast, he decided to step outside. He slipped on his boots, tied them carefully, and opened the door. The rain met him like an old friend, gentle, honest, refreshing. He walked to the barrel and stood beside it, watching the ripples form where each drop landed. The water was nearly full, trembling with the energy of falling sky. He leaned against the wall, letting the drizzle touch his face. He remembered Ruth again, how she used to scold him for standing out in the rain without a hat, then laugh and join him anyway. She would lift her face toward the sky, arms open, whispering, "It's just heaven washing the dust off the world." He smiled at the memory. "And it's doing a fine job," he murmured. A little girl passed by under a red umbrella. Anna. She saw him and waved, her smile bright as a lantern against the grey. "Good morning, Mr. Samuel," she called. He raised his hand. "Good morning, Anna. You're braver than the weather, I see." "It's only rain," she said, giggling, and skipped ahead, the umbrella bouncing like a heartbeat. He watched her until she disappeared around the corner. Then he looked down at the barrel again. Each drop that fell into it made the surface jump, then settle, accepting the new arrival without complaint. He thought, if only hearts could do that, take what falls, make it part of their fullness. He reached out a hand and let the rain gather in his palm. It was cool, clear, alive. He turned his hand, watching the drops slide away. "We spend so much of life trying not to get wet," he whispered, "when maybe we were made to feel this kind of grace." Inside again, he fetched a small watering can and dipped it into the barrel. He carried it carefully to the window box and poured. The barley shivered, glistening. "You're drinking the sky," he said softly. He realized he was smiling again without noticing, a habit that had returned like an old song he thought he'd forgotten. He brewed a second cup of tea and sat by the fire, which he lit for company more than warmth. The flames made their own kind of rain, a golden one that rose instead of fell. He listened to the two rhythms, fire crackling, rain tapping, and felt perfectly between them. Life, he thought, is built in these in-betweens, not in thunder or silence, but in the gentle conversation between both. Afternoon settled grey and quiet. He wrote a few lines in his notebook. Rain teaches the art of receiving. It does not ask where to fall. It trusts the ground to understand. When evening arrived, the rain finally slowed. The barrel brimmed with silver water that caught the fading light. He could see the reflection of his window in it, the candle glass, the barley, the outline of his face. He bent close and saw Ruth there too, faint but smiling, her features formed by ripples that came and went. He didn't reach for her, he only whispered, "Thank you, Ruth. The house remembers." The first stars appeared above the thinning clouds. Samuel sat by the open window again, listening as the drops grew farther apart. One here, one there, like a sentence coming to its final word. When it stopped at last, he could hear the soft overflow from the barrel, dripping down into the earth below. Nothing wasted, nothing lost, just given and given again. He closed his eyes, breathing in the scent of rain and soil. Peace settled on him like a blanket freshly warmed, and somewhere, faint but real, came the sound of a nightbird calling, as if answering the rain's last word with its own small amen. Grace is like rain. It falls on everything, gathers in us, and teaches us how to overflow. If this gentle story has soothed your heart tonight, dear friend, please subscribe, so that tomorrow evening we can sit together again by the sound of the rain barrel and remember how grace continues to fall. The Visitor at Dusk. By late afternoon, the rain had ended. The world was washed and quiet, the kind of silence that always follows a long conversation between sky and earth. Samuel opened the window to let in the damp air. Somewhere a sparrow was singing from a wet branch, each note small and round, as if carved out of the day's peace. He moved through the house slowly, humming without realizing it. The kettle began to hum too, and he laughed softly. Even you've caught the tune, he told it. He poured hot water over tea leaves and watched the colour bloom like dawn in a cup. Outside, the sky had begun to turn gold. Dusk was coming early, slipping its fingers through the alleys and across the rooftops. He could smell the wet stone, the faint sweetness of moss and a trace of wood smoke from distant chimneys. He carried his tea to the window and stood for a long while, watching the light fade. That was when he saw her. A figure moving slowly up the road, not hurried, but not wandering either. She wore a shawl the colour of old lilacs and carried something wrapped in cloth. Her steps were small but steady. When she drew closer, he saw that it was Anna's mother. Samuel opened the door before she could knock. "Good evening," he said. The woman smiled, breathless. "Good evening, Mr. Samuel. I hope I'm not troubling you." "Not at all. Trouble doesn't come dressed in lilac," he said kindly. She laughed softly. "Anna insisted I bring you this." She held out the bundle. When he unfolded the cloth, he found a loaf of bread still warm, its crust crackling softly. "She said you gave her courage to walk in the rain," the woman added, "and she wanted to thank you." Samuel felt something loosen gently in his chest. He looked down at the loaf. Round, simple, perfect. "Then please tell Anna," he said, "that she's given me courage to grow old." The woman smiled again, eyes glistening. "You're kind." He shook his head. "Just grateful." He gestured toward the table. "Please come in for tea if you've time." She hesitated, then stepped inside. The room glowed softly, lit only by the last of the daylight. She set her shawl over a chair, smoothing its folds. They sat opposite each other, the table between them a small island of calm. He poured tea into 2 cups, the steam rising like prayer. For a while they said little. Outside, the river murmured faintly, and the world dimmed into blue. "Anna's feeling better now," she said at last. "The doctor says her lungs are strong again. We've been blessed." Samuel nodded. Blessings have their own way of showing up when we stop chasing them. The woman's gaze drifted toward the window where the barley in the box caught the fading light. "It's growing well," she said. "It listens to the rain," Samuel replied. "That's all I do these days too. Listen." They both smiled at that, and for a while the silence between them was easy, companionable. There was no need to fill it. It was already full. After a time, she said softly, "I used to see your wife at church. She had the gentlest hands." Samuel's breath caught a little, but he smiled. "Yes," he said, "hands that believed in mending things." He reached out, touching the rim of his cup. "Sometimes, when I fix a loose hinge or polish the lamp, I think she's still teaching me how." The woman nodded, eyes lowered. "We never really lose them, do we?" Samuel looked at the barley again, its thin leaves trembling in the breeze. "No," he said quietly. "They just move to a different kind of presence." Outside, dusk had deepened. The first stars appeared, trembling above the rooftops. A single candle on the table began to flicker, its small light warming the corners of the room. The woman drew her shawl closer. "I should go before it's fully dark," she said. Samuel stood and handed her the loaf, now wrapped again in the same lilac cloth. "Take this back for Anna. Bread always tastes better when shared twice." She hesitated. "But it was meant for you." He smiled. "And now it's meant for both of us." She understood, and her smile softened. At the door, she paused. "Thank you, Mr. Samuel, for reminding us to notice the quiet things." He bowed his head slightly. "The quiet things are where grace hides." She stepped out into the evening. The The shawl caught the last light, glowing briefly before the dusk folded it away. He watched until she disappeared down the road, then closed the door gently. Inside, the room felt warm, not from the fire, but from something unseen, something that lingered like a soft echo of kindness. He sat again by the window. The candle's flame reflected in the glass, making two lights instead of one. He looked at his own reflection beside it and thought of the woman's words. "We never really lose them," he whispered. He glanced toward the Bible on the table and opened it at random. His eyes fell on a verse. "Do not neglect to show hospitality to strangers, for by doing so, some have entertained angels without knowing it." He smiled faintly. He didn't think the woman was an angel, no wings, no halo. But her presence had carried something heavenly all the same. And maybe that was the point. Perhaps angels sometimes arrive wearing lilac shawls, carrying bread and speaking of gratitude. The night settled fully. Outside, the stars were clear and sharp, as though the rain had washed the sky for them. The candle burned lower, the flame shrinking into itself but refusing to die. Samuel whispered into the stillness, "Thank you, Lord, for sending kindness in human shape." He blew out the candle and sat for a moment in the dark. The air still smelled faintly of bread and tea and rain. He listened to the quiet, not as emptiness, but as fullness waiting to be understood. Then, softly, he said what Ruth used to say each night before bed. "Thank you for today's visitors, seen and unseen. Sometimes angels arrive without wings, carrying bread, wearing lilac, and reminding us that grace still walks among us. If this gentle story has warmed your heart tonight, dear friend, please subscribe so that tomorrow evening we may welcome another quiet visitor together in faith and peace." The sparrow at the window. The morning after the visit dawned clear and pale. The rain had gone, leaving the air sharp and new. Samuel woke early, before the bells, before even the baker's cart began its rattling song down the cobblestone street. Light gathered softly in the room, brushing the corners awake. He moved slowly, humming to himself, his joints creaking in friendly conversation with the floorboards. He brewed tea, opened the window, and breathed deeply. The world smelled of wet leaves, bread, and something faintly sweet, perhaps lilac carried on the wind from Anna's garden. On the sill, the barley stood taller than his palm now. It leaned slightly toward the sun, green and graceful. He touched one leaf gently, the way you might touch a sleeping child's hair. "Well done," he whispered. "You've learned to listen to the light." As he turned to fetch his cup, a soft thud made him pause. Something had brushed against the glass. He looked, and there it was. A small brown sparrow perched awkwardly on the outer ledge. Feathers fluffed against the cool air. It tilted its head, as if examining him. "Well now," Samuel said softly, "you're an early caller." The sparrow didn't move. Its dark eyes seemed to look straight into the room, or perhaps into something beyond. He took a step closer, careful not to startle it. Its tiny chest rose and fell rapidly, alive with the rhythm of fragile courage. Samuel remembered how Ruth used to scatter crumbs for the birds each morning. "They eat without worrying about tomorrow," she would say, quoting scripture. He smiled at the thought and reached for a small piece of bread from the table, a corner from last night's loaf. He broke it gently and placed the crumbs on the sill. "There," he murmured, "a little breakfast for bravery." The sparrow hopped closer, hesitated, then pecked once. A small sound, light, precise, perfect. He watched it eat, heart strangely full. When it had finished, it stayed a while longer, fluffing its wings as though content simply to be near. "Do you have somewhere to go?" Samuel asked quietly. The sparrow chirped once, a bright, clear note, and then flew away, vanishing into the morning. He stood still for a long time, eyes following its path until it was only a shadow among rooftops. The window seemed suddenly larger, the sky wider. He sat down by the sill, the empty plate in his hands, and let the silence settle like soft fabric. After a while, he whispered, "Perhaps you send messages this way now." It wasn't really a question. He sipped his tea, now cooled, and watched a patch of sunlight move slowly across the table. The house, still and warm, felt awake in a new way. He thought about how grace never arrived with a trumpet. It came with wings too small to be noticed by most. Later that morning, he decided to walk to the market. The air was full of chatter and clinking, baskets opening, coins exchanging, laughter spilling like grain. He bought a few apples, a small bundle of rosemary, and a spool of thread. He wasn't sure why he needed the thread, perhaps simply because Ruth would have liked it. As he turned to leave, a man selling bird cages called out, "Fine cages, sir, for finches, robins, even sparrows." Samuel smiled kindly and shook his head. "Some things sing better without walls." The man laughed, not offended. "Then you must love freedom more than music." Samuel paused. "They're the same thing, I think, just sung in different keys." On the way home, he passed the church. The doors were open, and inside he heard the faint sound of sweeping. The same old woman from before. He stopped at the doorway and asked, "Do you ever feed the birds, Mom?" She looked up, smiling. "Every morning. They're punctual as the bells." "Then I'm not alone in the habit," he said. "No one is ever alone in kindness," she replied. The words followed him home. He placed the apples on the table, tied the rosemary with string, and set it beside the window. The room smelled suddenly of green things and memory. He took out a small bowl, filled it with water, and placed it on the sill next to the barley. "For the traveller," he said, "should he return." By midday, sunlight poured through the window, warm and golden. The water in the bowl caught the light and threw it in ripples across the wall. He sat by the table, hands folded, simply watching. The quiet became so deep that even the ticking clock seemed like part of a greater rhythm. And then, a flutter. The sparrow had come back. It landed on the edge of the bowl, dipped its beak once, twice, then shook itself, scattering drops that glimmered like tiny jewels in the sun. Samuel laughed out loud, a sound that surprised even him. "Well, look at that," he said. "You remembered the address." The bird lingered a moment longer before flying away again, leaving a single feather drifting down. It landed beside the barley, pale and soft as a whisper. Samuel picked it up carefully and placed it between the pages of his Bible, right where Ruth's dried flower rested. "Both gifts," he said quietly. "Both reminders." That evening he sat by the window once more. The sky burned orange, then faded into violet. The air smelled faintly of rosemary and wet feathers. He could still see the small mark where the sparrow had stood on the sill, a faint smudge, holy in its ordinariness. He thought of all the ways Grace had visited him lately. A child's smile, a loaf of bread, rain, candles, a small green shoot, and now a sparrow. He whispered, "You speak softly, Lord, but I am learning to listen." The first star appeared. He lit a candle, not to chase the dark away, but to keep the light company. The room glowed, small, still, eternal. He took one last sip of tea, now cool as evening, and whispered, "Thank you for coming back. God sometimes speaks with wings, and those who listen learn that even a sparrow can carry a prayer. If this gentle story brought peace to your heart tonight, dear friend, please subscribe so that tomorrow evening we may meet again by the window, waiting for grace to land. The lamp in the storm. By afternoon, the sky had turned restless again. It began as a low growl far away, a sound Samuel first mistook for wagons on the distant road. But the air soon grew heavy, pressing close to the skin, thick with the scent of thunder. He looked up from the window, watching the clouds gather like a dark congregation. He could feel the shift in the room. Even the barley in the box trembled, its thin leaves bowing as if in quiet prayer. "Easy now," he said softly, half to himself, half to the plant. "The sky just has something to say." He moved through the house, checking latches, closing shutters on the back windows. Rain began to fall in scattered drops, large, impatient, splattering against the roof in uneven rhythm. Within minutes, it became a steady downpour. The sound filled the small rooms completely, like an organ swelling with one long note. Samuel lit a lamp. Its flame steadied after a few nervous flickers, casting a soft gold circle that trembled on the wall. He adjusted the wick, then sat by the table, hands folded loosely, listening to the world outside unravel and rebuild itself in water. Thunder rolled again, long, unhurried, not angry but certain. He remembered Ruth's voice during storms long ago. "Don't be afraid of thunder, Sam. It's only heaven clearing its throat before the rain begins to sing." He smiled faintly. "Still clearing its throat, then," he said aloud. Outside, the wind began to rise. Branches scraped against the roof. A loose shutter clapped like an impatient guest. He stood to secure it, wrapping his coat tight. When he opened the door, rain met him immediately. Cold and wild, 1,000 silver threads whipping across his face. He squinted, reached for the shutter, and fastened the latch. The effort left him breathless but oddly alive, his heart thudding like a drum under his ribs. On his way back inside, something caught his eye. The old rain barrel by the wall. The water sloshed near its brim, foam trembling in the wind. He laid a hand on the rim to steady it, whispering, "Hold fast, old friend. We've weathered worse." When he stepped back into the house, the lamp flame leaned sideways in the draught, but refused to go out. He closed the door firmly, then stood for a while, dripping onto the mat, letting the storm's voice settle around him. The light from the lamp felt different now, not small, but brave. He changed his shirt, made tea, and sat again by the table. The thunder had moved closer. Each flash of lightning illuminated the window for a heartbeat, showing the barley bending in wild reverence. In one flash, he thought he saw the sparrow, or perhaps only the echo of one, darting into the eaves for shelter. He whispered, "Find cover, little one. Even the smallest wings deserve safety." The next roll of thunder came with a sudden loss of power. The lights flickered once, then went out. The lamp's glow became the only light left. Its flame trembled, but held. The room felt both smaller and more sacred. Samuel leaned forward, elbows on the table. He could hear the storm's every voice, wind rattling the chimney, rain hammering the shutters, water running down the street outside, and beneath it all, his own breathing, steady, human, fragile, real. He closed his eyes. The house creaked like an old hymn shifting from verse to verse. He found himself speaking quietly, not to fight the noise, but to join it. "Lord, if you're in this storm, remind me not to hide from you. If you're in this thunder, let it shake loose what I still cling to. And if you're in this rain, wash me clean again, gently, as you always do." Lightning flashed, and for an instant everything glowed. The Bible on the shelf, the photo frame, the bowl of apples, the single feather resting near the window. When the darkness returned, it wasn't frightening. It felt like breath after a song. He reached for the lamp, shielding it with his palm. The glass was warm, almost alive. The wick burned low but sure. He thought of all the lamps he and Ruth had tended over the years. In sickness, in winter, in sleepless nights when they whispered about hopes that didn't always come true. Those lamps had seen tears, prayers, laughter, and each time the flame had lasted a little longer than they thought it would. He whispered now, "You've always stayed, haven't you?" The flame bent slightly, as if nodding. Hours passed this way. The storm raged, then softened. He could feel the moment when it began to fade, the thunder rolling farther away, the rain turning from song to whisper. He rose and opened the window again, just a crack. Cool, clean air flowed in. The smell of wet earth filled the room like incense. He looked out into the dark street. Water ran in narrow rivers along the gutters, glinting faintly with the lamp's reflection. The barley stood soaked but upright, trembling with new life. He touched the glass, whispering, "You made it." He left the window open to let the air breathe through the house. The lamp still burned, smaller now, its glow more tender than light. He carried it to the shelf where Ruth's photograph rested. Her face, captured mid-laughter, flickered gently in the glass. He smiled. "Still keeping watch," he said. He placed the lamp beside her, turned down the wick and whispered one more time, "Even in storms, you light us home." Then he sat beside the window until the last drop of rain fell. When he finally closed his eyes, the world was still wet, but at peace. Faith is not the absence of storms. It's the lamp that refuses to go out while they pass. If this gentle story brought you calm tonight, dear friend, please subscribe so that tomorrow evening we can sit again beside the quiet lamp and watch the light endure together. The morning of small repairs. Dawn came rinsed and quiet, as if the night had taken a cloth to the world and wiped away its worry. Samuel woke to a light so clean it made the kitchen kettle shine like something newly made. The storm had gone, leaving the air with that rare scent people try to name and never quite can. Part leaf, part stone, part promise. He stood by the window before the kettle sang. The street below glistened. Every cobble held a small reflection of the sky. The barley leaned toward the glass, soaked, thin blades freckled with the last round pearls of rain. He touched the sill and felt the damp in the wood. "Good morning," he whispered. "You kept your foot in." Tea poured, steam rising. He listened. Some mornings carried birds. This one carried brooms. From house to house, soft whisking sounded as neighbours pushed leaves and broken twigs into small, obedient piles. A shutter somewhere clicked back to place. Farther off, the church bell tested a single note and waited like a throat cleared before prayer. He buttoned his coat, took the short pencil from his pocket, and slipped the little spool of thread, the one he'd bought at market without knowing why, into the other. "Insurance," he told the lamp, which gave no objection. Outside, the stone steps were slick with clean water. He took them slowly, Cain tapping a hymn on the way down. On the landing, Mrs. Adler stood considering a fallen branch that had wedged itself lengthwise against her gate. She pressed her lips as if deciding whether to scold the branch or the wind that had sent it. "Allow me," Samuel said. Together with a grunt and a laugh, they levered it away and laid it against the curb. "Storm's honest work," she said, hands on hips. "Shows you what's loose." "Then we'll be honest back," he replied. "We'll tighten what we can." They shared a few sentences about kettles and quilts, then parted like two raindrops sliding in opposite directions along the same pane. Down the street the postman appeared, umbrella under his arm like a soldier at rest. He waved. Samuel waved back. As they drew near, the postman held up the umbrella, embarrassed. "Lost a rib to the wind," he said. "It kept me dry as far as it could." Samuel turned it in his hands. One slim metal stay had twisted and torn free of its stitched pocket. He smiled. "I've stitched worse." They found the low stone wall by the bakery and sat. Samuel threaded a needle from the kit he kept folded in the old tobacco tin Ruth had turned into a mender's box. The thread bit the needle's eye on the second try. His fingers remembered the choreography. He worked slowly, anchoring the stay with 3 neat bites, and a little knot that hid itself as knots are meant to do. The postman watched with the attentive quiet of a child taught to value silence. "Ruth used to say," Samuel murmured, "that a stitch is a promise in cloth." He tightened the last loop and smoothed the seam. "There, your roof can sing again." The postman opened the umbrella. It bloomed back into shape, black canopy catching a narrow band of sun that had found its way down the lane. "Perfect," he said softly, as if not to startle the good luck. He offered payment with a fluster of coins. Samuel closed the man's palm around them. "Delivery's enough for the day," he said. "Let me make one." They parted on that gentle joke. Samuel tucked the thread away and moved on. At the corner, the bakery door chimed. The boy inside waved a flour-dusted hand and pushed a small paper bag toward the counter with his elbow. "For the fixer of roofs," he called. Samuel lifted the bag and found 2 warm rolls, breathing apple and butter. He lifted the bag in salute, left a coin by the bell, and stepped back into the morning. Beyond the square, the lane fell quiet and then opened to the fields. Samuel's boots left wet prints on the path where the hedgerow shook diamonds from its leaves at the slightest touch. Elias was already out past the gate, bending to set a plank right on the little footbridge. He looked up as Samuel approached. "Storm took a bite," Elias said. "We'll feed it back," Samuel answered. Between them they levered the plank into place. Elias fetched a rusted tin of nails and a hammer with a handle polished by years of certainty. Samuel held, Elias swung, and the plank accepted its penance. They stood a moment admiring the plain miracle of a board where a gap had been. "How did the field fare?" Samuel asked. Elias tipped his hat in the direction of the dark, newly sown earth. "Bowed deep, but no worse for it. Sometimes the wind teaches the young what the soil's been saying all along. Hold on close." They walked its margin. Here and there yesterday's rain had carved thin fingers into the rows. Elias smoothed the cuts with his boot, then with his palm, softening the edges the way you soothe a child awake from a hard dream. Samuel stooped to lift a twig that had lodged stubbornly where water liked to run, laying it aside as if it were an honoured guest who'd overstayed. A lark broke from the grass, climbed and wrote its joy across the air. They said little. Work has its own grammar. When they were done, Elias straightened and shaded his eyes. "We'll see the green soon," he said. Samuel nodded. "I'm seeing it already, in the way you expect it." Back through town, repairs had become a liturgy. A boy on a ladder hammered a shutter straight, while his grandfather held the rung with both hands and the kind of vigilance that is its own blessing. A woman swept puddles away from a doorway with long, even strokes that looked like peace. In the parish hall, the bell on its string hung low, its knot loosened by the tug of many grateful hands the night before. Samuel stepped inside, retied the string, and trimmed its frayed end with the pocket blade that had opened letters, apples, and years. "Good as new," he told the bell, and pulled once. It answered with a small, bright consent. On his way home, he noticed the hinge on the gate to his building complaining in short, dry squeaks. He fetched the oil can from his shelf and gave it 3 drops, one for yesterday, one for today, one for tomorrow. He worked the gate back and forth until the sound turned from protest to song. When he wiped away the excess, the cloth came up with a little of the storm's grit. He folded it neatly anyway. Even stained things, he knew, could be useful again. Inside, the room seemed to hug him. He set the rolls on a plate and left one on the windowsill for later. A secret pact with his afternoon self. He checked the barley, still leaning, but already finding its line. He tipped water from the rain barrel into the little can and fed the root with a slow, faithful pour. On the chair by the table lay Ruth's old sewing basket, the lid slightly askew as if the night had breathed on it. He opened it and took out a blue button she'd saved long ago when a coat had given up its hold. He smiled. On his own coat, a thread had grown thin where the cuff met the sleeve. He sat, threaded his needle again, and made the small crosses through cloth that always felt like prayer disguised as work. "See," he said to the empty room, which wasn't really empty. "We are kept together." Late morning eased toward afternoon. The window admitted a breeze that smelled of bread and clean stone. Samuel wrote us few lines in the notebook Ruth had once used for grocery lists and piano scales. Repairs are the slow grammar of mercy, a hinge that turns without complaint, a gate that closes without anger, a seam that holds. These are small resurrections. He set down the pencil and listened. Across the way, Anna laughed, the kind of laugh that throws its head back without shame. Her mother answered with a hush that was not scolding but savouring. Somewhere a dog shook itself, collar jingling, water spraying, another creature being mended by sun. In the late afternoon, a knock sounded. The postman stood at the door, umbrella hole, hat in hand. He held out a small square parcel wrapped in brown paper and twine. "No return address," he said, smiling. "Seems to know where it belongs." Samuel signed the slip. The postman lingered. "How's your hinge?" he asked, half a joke. "Grateful," Samuel said. After the door closed, Samuel set the parcel gently on the table. He untied the twine, he always saved twine, and folded the paper back. Inside lay a simple wooden cross, handsomely plain, and a note in a careful hand. "For the one who keeps our street together. Thank you." He touched the cross once, twice, then set it on the shelf beside Ruth's photograph and the lamp. No fanfare, just placement. Some gifts are a punctuation mark you add to a sentence you've been reading your whole life. Evening drifted down like a shawl. The kettle sang again. He poured 2 cups out of old habit, then smiled and drank them both, one for now, one for before. Outside, the repaired bell at the hall sent 3 small notes into the dusk, a last rehearsal before tomorrow's gathering of nothing in particular. He liked that, the holiness of nothing in particular. Before he closed the curtains, he looked once more at the street. Leaves gathered in modest wreaths around drains. The gate swung quiet. The umbrella held its shape. The world, though imperfect, had agreed to continue. He thought of Ruth's voice again. Not a memory now, but a companion line walking alongside his own. "Keep a needle near the door," she had said once, not about thread at all. Samuel turned down the lamp, let the room rest, and spoke into the soft. teach me to repair what I can, Lord, and to love what I cannot." He stood a moment longer, palm on the back of Ruth's chair, then let the day go. Every honest repair, a hinge, a seam, a heart, is a small resurrection we are allowed to witness. If this quiet chapter steadied you tonight, dear friend, please subscribe so tomorrow evening we can keep practicing these small resurrections together. The letter on the table. The next morning began with sunlight, soft, golden and generous, as if heaven itself had decided to apologize for yesterday's grey. Samuel woke to its warmth across his hands, which rested open on the quilt like pages waiting for ink. He stretched slowly, feeling the small ache that comes not from age but from use, and whispered, "Still here, still grateful." The world outside was beginning again in its ordinary way. The baker's cart rumbling over cobblestones, a door creaking open, a child's laughter from the corner where the sparrows liked to gather. He rose, washed and set the kettle on. While waiting, he glanced toward the table and froze. There it was. A letter. It hadn't been there last night. Someone must have slipped it under the door early, quiet as dawn itself. The envelope was pale cream, the kind that holds handwriting like a secret. Across the front, in careful ink, it read, "To Mr. Samuel Wright, nothing more." He ran his thumb across the seal, tracing its smooth edge. He hadn't received many letters in recent years, only bills, notices, and an occasional invitation to the parish supper. But this one felt different. It had weight. He sat down, drew a slow breath and opened it. Inside lay a single sheet of paper, folded twice. He unfolded it, and the faint scent of lavender rose, that old unmistakable fragrance Ruth had always loved. The handwriting, though a little unsteady, was familiar. It took him a moment to recognize it. Eleanor Hartley, Ruth's sister from the coast. He read, "My dear Samuel, it has been too long since I last wrote. You've been on my mind these past months. I was sorting through Ruth's things, the old music sheets, the tin box of buttons, her Bible, and found a letter she never sent. It was addressed to you. I thought perhaps it was meant to find you now. I'll post it separately, as I believe the words deserve their own moment. I only wanted to tell you first. She spoke of you often in her final days, not with sorrow, but with the kind of peace that sits quietly beside love. May this reach you on a morning kind enough to receive it." With affection, Eleanor Samuel let out a slow breath. The room seemed to tilt gently, the light bending around him. Ruth's letter, somewhere out there on its way, crossing miles and years. He held the page to his chest for a moment, as if steadying his own heart. Then he folded it carefully and placed it beside the small wooden cross on the shelf. The kettle whistled, breaking the silence. He poured his tea, hands trembling slightly, and sat back down. He found himself staring at the door, half expecting another envelope to slip through. None came. Only a faint breeze stirred the curtain. He smiled softly. Patience again, is it? He spent the morning as he always did, sweeping, tending to the barley, writing in his small notebook. But beneath every simple act was a pulse, a waiting, a quiet anticipation that felt almost holy. He wondered what Ruth could have written all those years ago that she hadn't already said with her life. By noon, he decided to walk to the post office. Perhaps, though it was unlikely, the letter had arrived already. He put on his coat, smoothed his collar, and stepped into the sunlight. The town shimmered after rain, its stones dry but glistening. Every doorway smelled faintly of bread or lavender. The postman was sorting envelopes behind the counter when Samuel entered. "Morning, Mr. Samuel," he said cheerfully. "Come about your usual newspaper?" "Not today," Samuel replied. "I'm expecting a letter." The postman flipped through a stack, then looked up with raised brows. "Ah, yes. Came in with the morning train. Thought it looked important." He handed over a smaller envelope, faintly yellowed with time. The handwriting, delicate, steady, unmistakable, was Ruth's. For a long moment, Samuel simply held it. The postman, seeing the look on his face, nodded and stepped aside. Outside, Samuel found a bench near the bakery, the same bench where he had once mended an umbrella. He sat, the letter trembling slightly in his hands. He opened it. "My dearest Sam, if you are reading this, then the Lord has decided my words should travel the long way round to reach you. I am not afraid, love. I only wish to remind you of what you already know, but might one day forget. That life, even without me beside you, is still a beautiful thing to keep. Do not stop tending the small things. They are where heaven likes to hide. Keep the lamp trimmed. Feed the birds. Speak kindly to whoever knocks. And when it rains, stand at the window and let the sound remind you that grace is still falling. You always said you didn't know how to pray without me, but you do, Sam. Every act of gentleness you give is a prayer already heard. When you laugh again, and you will, I will be in the sound. When you plant something, I will be in its green. And when you rest, I will be the quiet beside you. Until then, my love, keep the kettle singing. Yours always, Ruth." He read it once, then again, slower. The words blurred and steadied, blurred and steadied. A tear fell onto the page, spreading the ink just slightly, making Ruth's "ah" bloom like a flower. He smiled through it. "That's just like you," he whispered, leaving me one more thing to tend. He sat there until the sun dipped behind the bakery roof. People passed by, the postman, Anna's mother, Elias with his slow gait, each offering a nod, none disturbing his peace. He folded the letter, placed it back in its envelope, and held it close to his chest. The paper was warm from his hands. When he returned home, the first stars were out. He placed Ruth's letter inside his Bible beside his own unsent one, her words and his side by side, like two hands meeting again after years apart. He smiled, the kind that begins deep and takes its time reaching the surface. The lamp flickered. The kettle began to sing. He closed his eyes and whispered, "You kept your promise, love. You always do. Love doesn't end when a letter goes unsent." It simply waits until we're ready to open it. If this quiet story touched something gentle within you tonight, dear friend, please subscribe, so that tomorrow evening we may unfold another letter of grace together. The bench by the river. The next morning rose pale and gentle, as if the whole world had agreed to whisper. The rain barrels were full again, the fields beyond town glistened under a thin veil of mist, and somewhere far off a bell tolled soft as a heartbeat. Samuel woke before the kettle, before the first cart rolled down the lane, and before the sparrows began their morning quarrel on the eaves. He had slept lightly, though not restlessly. There was a calm inside him, not empty but full of quiet understanding. Ruth's letter lay on the table, still folded neatly beside his cup from the night before. He touched it once, not to read again, but as one might greet an old friend whose presence no longer needs words. The thought came to him, almost a nudge. Go for a walk. He hadn't walked to the river in some time. It wasn't far, but it had been years since his feet had followed that familiar curve past the mill and the meadow. Today, The world felt wide enough for remembering. He dressed with care, buttoning his coat, slipping Ruth's letter into the inner pocket, not for safety, but for company. Before leaving, he watered the barley, trimmed the lamp wick, and straightened the small wooden cross. "Keep watch," he murmured to the room. Then he stepped outside, cane in hand, and began the slow descent down the lane. The air was tender, washed clean by last night's drizzle. He passed Mrs. Adler's gate. She waved from her window, flour dusted on her apron. "Morning walk, Mr. Samuel." "Doctor's orders," he smiled, "and perhaps someone higher." The road bent left, past the bakery, where the scent of rising dough followed him like a friendly ghost. A few children darted across the square, chasing a red ball, their laughter skipping over puddles. Ilias was by the well, filling buckets. He lifted one in greeting but didn't call out, as if he too understood the sacredness of this slow morning. Past the fields, the sound of the river began to grow, that long, familiar voice that had sung through every season of Samuel's life. He followed the worn path through the grass, the ground soft but sure beneath his boots. When he reached the river bank, he stopped. There it was, the old wooden bench, half covered in moss, its paint long faded to the colour of weathered bone. He brushed it off with his sleeve and sat down. The wood sighed beneath him as though it remembered his weight. The river moved slow today, wide and silver, like a mirror carrying the sky downstream. A heron stood knee-deep near the far bank, utterly still except for the ripple that chased its shadow. Samuel breathed deeply, the cool air filling his chest like the first notes of a hymn. He had sat here countless times before, in youth, in grief, in love. He and Ruth had carved their initials into the underside of this very bench, the letters still faintly visible if you bent close. He did so now, tracing the old carving with his fingertips. S+R. A simple thing, yet the world seemed to hush itself around those two letters. He took out the letter and unfolded it again, though he already knew each line by heart. The paper rustled softly in the breeze. He read the final sentence one more time. "Until then, my love, keep the kettle singing." He smiled, the ache in his chest now more like warmth than pain. For a long while, he simply watched the river. Driftwood passed, slow and sure, following the pull of the unseen current. He thought about how life was not so different, the way we're carried, the way we resist, and how somehow grace finds us anyway. A small family passed behind him on the path, a man, a woman, and their young daughter. The child ran ahead, stopped, and pointed at the river. "Look, Papa, the sky fell in the water." Her father laughed, but Samuel turned, smiling. "Yes," he said softly, and it brought its peace with it. The little girl beamed as if she had been told a secret worth keeping forever. Her parents nodded politely, and soon their footsteps faded up the path. Samuel stayed, letting their joy linger. He reached into his pocket and drew out his small notebook. He wrote, "Today, I remembered that grief, like water, can be both heavy and healing. It wears down what is sharp until even sorrow shines." He closed the notebook, set it beside him, and let the breeze turn its pages. A few leaves drifted across the water, spinning in lazy circles. He watched them go until they disappeared around the bend. The clouds parted then, and sunlight spilled through, sudden and golden, striking the river into 1,000 pieces of light. It reminded him of a Sunday morning years ago when Ruth had said, "Heaven doesn't come down all at once, Sam. It comes in glimmers like this." He whispered it back now. in glimmers like this. He stayed until the sun climbed higher. When at last he rose, his legs were stiff, but his heart felt lighter, as though he had set something down he didn't know he was still carrying. Before leaving, he placed his hand on the bench one more time and whispered, "Thank you for keeping our initials safe." On the walk home, the world seemed softer, colors deeper, sounds clearer. He passed the meadow where the wind bent the tall grass into slow waves. A flock of starlings moved above it, wheeling and folding in shapes no map could predict. He stopped to watch, realizing that even their wildness had order, that beauty was never chaos when seen from the right distance. When he reached his door, he looked back once toward the river. A shimmer still caught the corner of his eye, as though the water were waving farewell. He smiled, stepped inside and placed Ruth's letter back on the table beside the lamp. Then he lit the lamp, though it was still daylight, and said quietly, "For her, for me, for all that drifts and finds its way home." The flame burned steady. He sat with it a long while, the sound of the river still echoing somewhere deep within him, a reminder that nothing truly leaves, it only flows onward. The river never rushes, yet it always arrives, like grace finding us even when we stop searching. If this story brought a quiet stillness to your evening, dear friend, please subscribe so tomorrow night we can walk once more by the river and listen for grace together. The Evening Visitor. That evening, the light lingered longer than usual. It filled the small house with a golden patience, touching the walls, the books, and the folded letter on the table. Samuel had been sitting quietly by the window, tracing the faint glow that slipped across the floor like a slow blessing. He could hear the street below softening into night, the sound of shutters closing, distant laughter, and the low hum of a cart returning from the market. The river's calm still clung to him. It had been a good day, a day that asked for nothing more than presence. He stirred his tea, watching the little spiral of steam rise and fade. Sometimes he thought peace didn't come in thunderclaps or visions, but in the simple courage to sit and let the silence breathe. Then came the knock. It wasn't loud, just a hesitant tap, as though whoever stood outside was half ready to turn away. He rose, set the cup down, and opened the door. There on the step stood Anna, the young woman from across the street. Her hands were clasped around a small bundle wrapped in cloth. "Good evening, Mr. Samuel," she said, her voice uncertain but kind. "I hope I'm not troubling you. Mama baked too many rolls again and she thought you might like a few." Samuel smiled, warmth threading through the weariness of his bones. "You're never trouble, my dear. Please, come in." She stepped inside carefully, eyes wide as if the house itself carried something sacred. The lamp on the table cast a soft circle of light, and she paused to look at Ruth's photograph, the barley on the windowsill, the tidy little cross. There was reverence in her silence. He motioned toward the chair. "Sit, if you have a moment. The tea's still warm." She hesitated, then nodded. "Thank you." As he poured, she untied the bundle, revealing 4 golden rolls still faintly warm. The smell of bread mingled with the quiet ticking of the clock. It reminded him of evenings long ago when Ruth would do the same, bring bread and light laughter into whatever shadows the day had left behind. Anna looked around, her gaze falling on the old Bible near the lamp. "My mother says you used to read to the children at the parish school," she said softly. "I remember your voice, though I was too young to know what the stories meant. You spoke like you believed every word was still happening." Samuel chuckled gently. Perhaps they are. Some stories don't end, they just keep changing their faces. She smiled at that, a little shyly. Would you tell me one, just for a while? He nodded, his heart both heavy and light. Let's see, he murmured, flipping open the worn pages. The thin paper whispered like the turning of wings. He found a familiar passage, the one about the prodigal son, and began to read. His voice was slow, steady, unhurried, shaped by years and softened by love. The words flowed through the room like evening wind through a garden, gentle, carrying a hint of eternity. Anna sat very still, her hands folded on her lap, her eyes distant but peaceful. When he finished, there was a silence so kind it needed no filling. He closed the book softly. That story, he said, has followed me all my life. It's not just about a son coming home. It's about a father who never stopped waiting, even when the road was empty. Anna nodded. I think I understand now. It's about mercy. Yes, Samuel whispered. Mercy and the courage to be found. Outside, the street lamps flickered to life. A moth brushed against the window, drawn to the glow. Samuel refilled her cup. She watched the steam rise and then asked quietly, Do you ever feel lonely, Mr. Samuel? He looked at her for a long moment before answering. I used to, he said. But lately I've begun to see that loneliness and solitude aren't the same thing. Loneliness asks for someone to fill it. Solitude already knows someone is there. Her eyes glistened. That sounds like something Mama would say. She must be wise, he replied. She says the same about you. They shared a small laugh. Then Anna reached into her pocket and pulled out a folded scrap of paper. I made this at school, she said. It's for you. He unfolded it carefully. On it was a simple drawing, a small house under a bright sun, a river winding behind it, and two figures sitting on a bench. Above them, in uneven but brave handwriting, were the words, You are not alone. Samuel felt something stir deep within, a warmth he hadn't known he still needed. Thank you, he said softly. You've given me more than bread tonight. She blushed and stood tying the bundle again. I should go before Mama worries. Will you come to the parish gathering tomorrow? There'll be music. He smiled. If the Lord gives me another morning, I'll be there. She paused at the door, then turned. I think Ruth would like that. Her words hung in the air like a note that refuses to fade. He watched her cross the street, her figure small against the gathering dusk. Then he closed the door, leaning against it for a moment, eyes closed, a quiet joy rising through him. He sat, the paper on the table beside Ruth's photograph, the childlike sun, the river, the two figures. It all looked like something Ruth might have drawn herself long ago. He smiled. You still send your messages, don't you? He lit the lamp again, brighter this time, and broke one of the rolls in half. Steam curled upward. He placed one half on a small plate by the window, an old habit, a silent offering, and took the other half for himself. Outside, the wind had settled. The world was still. In that hush, he whispered a prayer, not for words, but for gratitude. When faith feels quiet, love sends a visitor to remind us we were never waiting alone. If this story brought you peace tonight, dear friend, please subscribe. So tomorrow evening we can meet again by the soft lamplight and share another moment of grace together. The violin in the parish hall. Morning unfolded with a hush, the kind that asks you to lace your shoes slowly. Samuel woke to a thin stripe of sunlight resting across the table, touching the folded letter and the little wooden cross as if to say, I remember you. He brewed tea, opened the window and let the air in. Bread from the bakery, soap from a doorway, damp stone that still kept the nights cool in its pockets. On the sill the barley had inched higher. He turned the box a fraction so the stalks could meet the light without straining. "Face the day," he whispered, smiling at how the words sounded like both a chore and a blessing. All morning he moved softly through the house, polishing the lamp's glass with a corner of linen, straightening the books into a quiet parade, setting a fresh saucer of water for the sparrow. He mended a frayed cuff with 3 small stitches that disappeared as neatly as a secret learned and kept. Between tasks he would pause, listening to the town's gentle rehearsal for the evening. A wagon wheel squeak, a piano scale through an open window, a child trying a trumpet in the square and stopping after 7 brave notes, as if satisfied that it knew his name. Near dusk, he put on his coat and slipped Ruth's letter into the inside pocket again. "Come along," he told it. "There will be music." Outside, the sky had taken on the colour of pewter warmed by breath. Street lamps bloomed one by one, and the parish hall windows glowed like cupped hands. Inside, chairs formed a friendly ragged circle. The bell rope hung straight and ready. Someone had laid a single sprig of rosemary across the coil like a green underline. Mrs. Adler set a tray of cups on the side table. Elias stood by the far wall with a thermos of something steaming, looking as proud as a man unveiling a ship. The old woman with the broom leaned it in the corner and claimed the chair nearest the door so she could greet latecomers with a nod that always felt like permission. Anna and her mother arrived together, cheeks bright from the walk. Anna carried a violin case. Her mother held a loaf wrapped in cloth. When Anna saw Samuel, she lifted the case a little, a child showing a river stone. "Only if people don't mind," she said, breathless hope tucked into the edge of her voice. Samuel tipped his head as if the very idea of minding were too strange to consider. "Let the hall decide," he said. "It loves courage." They began as they always did, not with announcements but with the sound of cups, porcelain against saucers, the hush of steam, the small chorus of thanks, no agenda, no leader, only a tide of human voices rising and falling over the safe shore of the room. When the tray had made its rounds, the postman cleared his throat. "Lost this in the storm," he said, holding up a photo curled at the edges. A picture of his wife long ago at the same hall, flower on her cheek, laughter caught mid-flight. She'd have said, "Stop showing that, I look a fright." He smiled, then placed the photo on the windowsill like a tiny window within a window. Elias poured from the thermos. "Apple and cinnamon," he announced as if naming a newborn. The hall approved with a sound that wasn't quite applause and wasn't quite a prayer, but lived comfortably in the space between the two. Then the violin came out. Anna tuned softly, head bent, cheek resting on the wood with the solemn tenderness of a promise being remembered. The room loosened into silence, not commanded, simply agreed upon. She began with something simple, a hymn tune you might hum without knowing you'd learned it. The first notes were shy, a sparrow testing the air after rain. Then they gathered themselves and crossed the room on steady feet. Samuel felt the sound touch his coat, his hands, the place where Ruth's letter waited. He did not close his eyes. He wanted to see the way music made even the dust gentle. Anna's bow moved like breath. Between phrases she left small spaces, clean and brave, as if showing the hall where to rest. The old woman near the door nodded into those rests, and the postman folded his hands over his knees, as a man does when entrusted with something fragile. Elias stood still as a harvest moon. Midway through, the tune shifted to a slow waltz from long ago. Samuel knew it before his memory could find its name. Ruth had played it on winter evenings when lamps made halos on the table and the kettle kept time. He felt the old room come back, the white bowl cooling by the window, the coat she was mending, the way her foot would trace the rhythm on the floor as if reminding the house how to move kindly through the dark. A tear started and surprised him by not falling. It simply brightened the world and stayed where it was, the way a star holds its place in a sky that keeps turning. When the waltz ended, Anna did not lower the bow. She waited one heartbeat longer than was necessary. In that extra beat, the hall met itself, as if everyone had seen the same quiet country and nodded across its field. She finished with something she called a river tune, though she said she didn't know its name. The notes curved wide and patient, doubling back on themselves in little eddies, then travelling on. Samuel smiled at how right that sounded in a town that lived by water and mercy. When the last note thinned into the wood, no one hurried to speak. They let the silence take its place, and then, as if instructed by a bell no one had rung, they breathed. "Again?" Mrs. Adler asked, already dabbing her eyes with the corner of her sleeve. "Not yet," Anna said, lowering the violin. "If I play too much, the tune forgets to be grateful." Cups moved again, chairs adjusted. Someone set a plate of sliced pears on the table. Samuel wandered to the window where the postman's photograph watched the street in its sepia dress. "Good to see you again," he told it. Behind him, voices layered gently. A boy in a frayed sweater spoke about his apprenticeship at the mill and how the wheels sounded different after the storm, as if it learned to pray while we weren't listening. An old man mentioned the bench by the river and 2 initials carved beneath. He didn't know whose they were, he said, but he always pressed his hand there when he sat, just in case the wood remembers me kindly when I'm gone. Elias reported 3 new sprouts in the corner of the field. No one expected to green this year. He didn't claim credit, only joy. Samuel found a sheet of paper near the lamp, blank except for the first line. "Say what the music spared." He took the pencil and wrote, "It spared nothing that mattered and nothing that could not hold. It left the rest to silence, which is another word for trust." He set the paper back where others might add their faith in sentences. The old woman read it and patted his shoulder once, the way one pats a loaf to be sure the crust is set. Before the end, Anna raised the violin again for a simple benediction of notes, but she placed the bow across the strings and paused. "Would anyone like to play this with me?" she asked, searching faces as if looking for a hand already lifted. Silence sorted itself into expectancy. At last the postman stood, awkward and brave. "I don't know how," he began. "Then you're ready," Anna said, and handed him a small triangle someone had fetched from a drawer where the hall kept lost things. They played together, violin and triangle, a melody and a star beside it. On the third phrase, the triangle missed its entrance and laughed at itself. The laughter fit the music so well that Anna repeated the phrase, leaving space for its echo. On the next time through, the triangle found the beat clean and clear. The hall approved without sound. When the gathering ended, no one rushed to leave. They folded the night carefully. Chairs back, cups stacked, crumbs gathered with the side of a hand. Samuel tied the bell, rope into its soft loop. Someone tucked the rosemary into the doorframe where it would dry and whisper when the breeze remembered. On the way out, Anna drew near. "Thank you for listening," she said. "Thank you for leaving room," he replied. She tilted her head. "For what?" "For the rest," he said. "Music is honest when it trusts its silences." They walked into the mild night. The town had settled into its own key, a dog's collar as it shook, a shutter's small click, the river stitching the dark together with a silver thread only those who stood still could hear. At his door, Samuel touched the letter in his pocket. "Still singing," he whispered to Ruth to the hall, to the unseen that had stayed all evening. Inside, he set the violin's last notes on the table in the form of memory and left them there to cool beside the lamp. He poured a finger of water into the sparrow's dish and turned the barley toward the moon. Then he sat, unbuttoned his coat, and listened to his own breath until it sounded like gratitude. The holiest music is the kind that leaves a little silence where the heart can answer back. If this quiet chapter settled you tonight, dear friend, please subscribe, so tomorrow evening we can sit again in the circle and let the next small song find us. The candle on the windowsill. The morning after the music felt like a soft breath held too long. The parish hall had emptied hours ago, but Samuel could still hear echoes of the violin, the laughter, and the faint ring of that brave little triangle. Even the air inside his house seemed tuned differently, like a bell left singing in silence. He woke later than usual, sunlight pressing through the curtains in tender stripes. On the table lay Ruth's letter, Anna's drawing, and a single sprig of rosemary someone had tucked into his pocket when he wasn't looking. He touched the sprig, brittle now, still fragrant. The scent rose sharp and sweet, bringing back 1,000 evenings of candles and hymn books and the sound of rain on the roof. "Still here," he murmured, and still reminding. He spent the morning quietly moving without hurry. He swept near the window, watered the barley and washed the teacup that had collected the last of yesterday's honey. He didn't plan to go out. The day felt meant for stillness. Outside, the world went about its errands, carts rolling, doors opening, bread cooling on racks, and he let it. Around noon, he found a candle, tall and unused, in the drawer near the stove. It was from Ruth's old box of church candles kept for emergencies of the heart, she used to say. He smiled. Perhaps that's today. He placed it on the windowsill beside the barley. When he struck the match, the flame took politely, not fierce, but sure. It made the glass glow, and for a moment the room felt both new and ancient. He sat back in his chair and simply watched. There was something deeply honest about a candle, no ambition, no fear of vanishing. It knew its purpose, to spend itself beautifully. For a long time he watched the flame lean and right itself, lean and right itself again, the rhythm of all living things. The wax began to pool at its base like tears that refused to fall. He thought of Ruth lighting the Advent candles each December, her hands steady even when her heart wasn't. He thought of her laughter during power outages. How she'd say, "Well, the dark can't keep us if we keep a light." A knock startled him. When he opened the door, it was Elias, hat in hand, rain still glistening on his coat. "Afternoon, Sam," he said. "Brought you something." From his pocket he drew a small tin lantern. "Found it in the shed." "Thought you might like company for your candle." Samuel chuckled. "I was just thinking the same." Then it settled. "I'll leave you to it. Don't forget. We've got that service at dusk tomorrow. The children are reading the Psalms. You'll come, if the road doesn't leave me behind." Samuel smiled. Elias tipped his hat, satisfied. It won't. The Lord keeps the slow in his own time. When Elias left, Samuel cleaned the lantern's glass and set it beside the candle. The two flames, one wax, one memory, belonged to the same quiet kingdom of light. The hours passed gently. Rain returned, fine and silver, softening the world outside into watercolor. He left the window open just a little, letting the scent of wet stone drift in. The flame trembled but did not falter. He watched it, mesmerized. As afternoon deepened, he felt a pull. Not sadness, but longing mixed with gratitude. He reached for his notebook and began to write. Perhaps faith is less a fire than a candle. It doesn't roar, it listens. It waits for you to sit beside it and remember you were never alone. He paused, tapping the pencil's end against the page. Outside, a child's laughter carried up from the lane, high, bright, unguarded. It blended with the rain like melody over harmony. He smiled, leaving the last line unfinished. When dusk arrived, he lit the lantern too. The two lights shared the same window, their reflections meeting in the glass. Beyond it, the street glistened with rain, and puddles caught the first stars. He could see the shape of the church steeple far off, its cross outlined faintly against the pale clouds. He whispered, "There you are," as if greeting an old friend across a field. He brewed fresh tea and sat again. The kettle's sigh, the rain's percussion, the steady flame. Together they made a quiet symphony. He thought of the faces from last night. Mrs. Adler's tears, the postman's laughter, the boy's shy trumpet. Each one in their own way was a light on its own windowsill. He realized that perhaps that was what heaven looked like, a world of small, faithful flames seen from far. Away. Time moved softly. The candle grew shorter. Its flame leaned lower, but refused to die. He trimmed the wick once more, steadying it, whispering, "You've done well." The lantern beside it hummed faintly in the draught. He stood, stretched his hands toward the window, and placed his palms near the glass. Not to warm them, but to feel the nearness of the world beyond. Rain pattered gently against his fingers. For a moment he imagined Ruth's hands there, smaller, cooler, yet steady as ever. The thought didn't ache anymore. It only glowed. He whispered her old saying again, "The dark can't keep us if we keep a light." And this time he added, "You taught me that. But now I see it was never about the dark." He turned down the wick of the candle. The flame lifted once, bowed, and went out, leaving a curl of smoke like a prayer rising from a page. The lantern, however, stayed lit. He left it burning by the window for anyone passing by. A quiet message that someone, somewhere was awake and grateful. He went to his chair, covered his knees with the old wool blanket, and watched the lantern glow until the rain stopped. In that golden half-light, the world seemed almost transparent, as if heaven were leaning close, curious to see how faithfully the earth could shine. Even a single candle can teach the dark how to be kind. If this gentle moment brought warmth to your night, dear friend, please subscribe, so that tomorrow evening we can sit again beside the light and learn how softly faith still glows. The children's psalm, "Morning came pale and thin," the kind that slips quietly through the curtains before you decide to wake. Samuel sat up slowly, feeling the slight pull in his shoulders, the kind that comes from long peace rather than long labor. The lantern still stood by the window, its flame finally gone, but its glass faintly warm, as if it had been keeping watch for him all night. He opened the window. The world smelled new again, Rain washed, wood polished, every leaf on the street trees shining like it had something to say. Somewhere a rooster crowed late, fashionably unhurried. The town was already stirring. Wheels creaking, bells testing their voices, and a child calling out something that might have been a song. Samuel smiled. So, it's today. The parish children were to lead the service that evening. Elias had reminded him with that familiar half-grin of his, half hope, half command. "Don't make me come fetch you," he'd said. Samuel made breakfast, fed the sparrow on the sill, then went about small tasks that passed the day in quiet grace. Polishing a cup, turning pages in Ruth's Bible, mending a bit of frayed lace she had once used to line the bread basket. He spoke to no one, but he hummed now and then, the melody of Anna's river tune, softly enough that the sound felt private, like prayer. By late afternoon, sunlight had settled low and kind. He put on his coat, slipped Ruth's letter into his pocket as he always did, and walked the familiar road to the parish hall. The bell tower caught the last of the light. Its shadow stretched like a gentle hand across the square. Children clustered by the door, straightening collars, smoothing dresses, whispering instructions they'd all forget once they saw the crowd. Elias waved from the steps, his good coat brushed and his hair combed back like a man expecting company from heaven. Inside, the hall glowed with the same calm gold as before. Someone had tied ribbons of pale blue across the backs of the chairs. The smell of wood polish mingled with lilies. Samuel took his seat near the window, just close enough to see the river through the glass beyond the trees. A small cough signalled the start. Anna stood at the front, violin in hand, while a row of children faced the gathered town. Their shoes didn't quite touch the floor. Their hands fidgeted like leaves in a kind wind. Behind them, the candlelight danced against the walls, and the organ waited quietly, patient as stone. The first boy began to read. His voice trembled on the opening words. "The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want." He stumbled on "restores," laughed nervously, and began again. The crowd smiled, not out of mockery, but because love always finds laughter in courage. When the next child took over, her voice was steadier, though her eyes never left the page. She read, "He maketh me to lie down in green pastures, he leadeth me beside the still waters." As she spoke, a hush fell, the kind that only small voices can make holy. Samuel felt his throat tighten. He could almost hear the sound of water again, the river's slow hymn echoing from yesterday. Verse by verse, the psalm passed from one child to the next, like a flame moving candle to candle. Each voice carried it differently. One rushed, one whispered, one sang it without meaning to, and together they made something the polished sermons never could. Truth in its barest, most beautiful form. When the reading ended, Anna lifted her violin. This time she didn't play alone. Two other children, one with a flute, one with a small drum, joined her. They began softly, a melody that floated through the hall like light through stained glass. The notes rose, uncertain at first, then stronger, braver, until even the floorboards seemed to hum beneath their feet. Samuel watched, hands clasped, eyes shining. It wasn't the perfection of the music that moved him. It was the tenderness behind every small mistake, the faith that said, "I'll try anyway." He thought of Ruth, of how she used to say, "Heaven listens closer when we get it wrong but mean it right." He whispered those words now and felt them settle somewhere deep. When the last note faded, Elias stepped forward, voice thick with pride. "Well done," he said softly. "The psalm belongs to you now." The children, smiled, shy and triumphant, bowing too quickly. The crowd clapped, some wiping tears, some laughing through them. Samuel stayed seated a while longer, letting the applause fade, letting the quiet return. The windows had turned to mirrors in the dusk. In their reflection, he saw both the children and faintly the candle he'd left burning in his own house, still there, still shining. After the service, the hall emptied in slow contentment. Parents gathered coats and whispered goodbyes. Chairs scraped gently. Someone's laughter trailed out into the night air like incense. Anna approached, violin case under her arm. "Did we do all right, Mr. Samuel?" she asked. He looked at her a long moment before answering. "My dear, you didn't just do all right. You reminded us why we listen." She blushed, eyes bright. "Mama said you'd say something kind." "Then Mama knows me too well," he smiled. Elias joined them, clapping Samuel on the shoulder. "Good to have you back here, friend. The hall's been quieter without your amen." Samuel chuckled. "The children said enough for me tonight." Outside, the sky was the colour of pewter again, the same soft grey as faith itself. Not brilliant, not easy, but enduring. They walked together toward the square. Lanterns flickered in windows, laughter spilled from doorways. The world, it seemed, had remembered how to be gentle. When Samuel reached his house, he paused at the door and turned once more toward the hall. Through its far window, he could still see a single candle burning on the piano, a leftover light someone had forgotten to snuff. It glowed steady and small, keeping vigil for the songs that had already left. He smiled, whispering into the night, "May it burn just long enough to teach another dawn how to begin." Inside, he placed his coat on the chair, poured a cup of tea and opened his notebook. He wrote, "The children spoke God's name as though they'd just learned to breathe it. And perhaps that's all prayer ever was." He closed the book, leaned back, and let the quiet return. Outside, the last candle in the parish window flickered, then steadied again, brave, small and seen. Sometimes heaven speaks in the tremble of a child's voice, and the world listens, softer for it. If this story gave you a moment of peace tonight, dear friend, please subscribe, so tomorrow evening we can listen again for faith hiding in small, beautiful voices. The sparrows return. The dawn after the children's psalm rose quietly, with a soft blue light that made even the rooftops look thoughtful. Samuel woke before the bell. He sat for a moment at the edge of his bed, listening, not for words, but for life itself. The world was waking carefully. The creak of wood, the faint sigh of the kettle cooling from yesterday, the soft rustle of the barley turning toward the window, and then, from somewhere outside, came the sound he hadn't heard in days, a single small chirp. It was followed by another, then another, each one closer. He stood, heart already smiling before his face could catch up, and drew the curtain. There it was, the little sparrow, damp, ruffled, alive. It perched on the sill, feathers puffed against the cool air, eyes bright as two black beads of prayer. For a moment it only stared at him, tilting its head this way and that, as if confirming that the man behind the glass was still the same. Samuel whispered, "You found your way back." He opened the window slightly. The bird hopped closer, bold with recognition, and fluttered down onto the inside edge of the frame. It shook itself once, scattering tiny droplets like blessings. Then, as though nothing remarkable had happened, it began to preen. Samuel laughed softly. you've been through a storm or two." The sparrow blinked, unimpressed by the observation. He crumbled a bit of the roll left from yesterday, placing it on the sill. The sparrow eyed it, hopped twice, and began to eat with the whole-hearted focus of the forgiven. Samuel leaned his elbows on the windowsill, watching. In the background, the street was stirring. Distant wheels, early voices, a door closing softly. But the world inside his little window had its own stillness. A kingdom made of crumbs, breath, and gentle trust. He thought of the psalm from the night before, the line that lingered in his mind even as he slept. "I will dwell in the house of the Lord forever." And suddenly he understood that perhaps forever could begin right here in this room, with a sparrow returning to the same place it once felt safe. When the bird finished, it hopped onto the edge of the barley box. The stalks swayed slightly under its weight, but held. The sparrow chirped once, a bright, unashamed sound, then turned and flew to the crossbeam above the window, settling there like punctuation at the end of a prayer. Samuel smiled. "Make yourself at home." The day unfolded gently. He brewed tea, swept the floor, wrote a few lines in his notebook, small things that now felt part of something larger. Every now and then he glanced up to see the sparrow still there, content, half asleep in the warmth. By midday, Anna stopped by with her violin case slung across her shoulder. She knocked lightly and peeked in. "Good morning, Mr. Samuel. Mama sent me with some soup. She said it's too quiet here for a man to eat alone." Samuel grinned. "Tell her quiet's an acquired taste, though soup helps." She stepped inside, her eyes brightening when she saw the bird. "Oh, he's back." "Yes," Samuel said softly. "And wiser, I think." Anna set the soup down, watching as the sparrow adjusted its wings. "Do you think birds remember people?" she asked. "Maybe not the way we remember names," Samuel replied, "but they remember kindness and the sound of doors that open instead of close." She nodded, thoughtful beyond her years. "I'll play something before I go," she said suddenly, setting down the violin case. Samuel chuckled. "Does your mother know you're giving free concerts?" "She will, when she hears about it from you." She drew the bow softly across the strings, letting the sound bloom like morning light through water. The sparrow lifted its head, curious, then began to chirp softly along. For a while the two sounds, the violin's grace and the bird's simple song, shared the same rhythm. Samuel sat motionless, afraid to break the spell. When the tune ended, Anna lowered the bow and laughed. "He's got good timing. He's had practice," Samuel said. Before she left, she handed him a folded paper. "I wrote a few lines after the service last night. Mama said you'd know what to do with them." When she was gone, Samuel unfolded the paper. It was a poem, written in the uneven hand of someone still learning how to trust the page. When the small ones sing, the sky leans down to listen, and when the old ones smile, the song keeps going. He read it twice, then placed it beside Ruth's letter and the rosemary sprig. His house was slowly becoming an altar built of paper and memory. The sparrow fluttered down again to the sill, as if approving of the new addition. "Ah, you like her poem too," Samuel said. The bird chirped once, decisive. The afternoon light changed, bright to soft, soft to golden. The house filled with warmth that didn't come only from the sun. Samuel sat in his chair, eyes half closed, listening to the rhythm of wings and the ticking of the clock. He thought about how strange and kind it was. The way grace returned in small forms, letters, candles, music, and now a sparrow who had remembered his window. When evening came, the bird flew out again, vanishing into the fading light. He didn't feel sadness this time, just gratitude for the visit and the certainty that it would come again. He whispered toward the open air, "Fly safely, little pilgrim. You've preached enough for today." Then he lit the lantern, poured tea, and wrote one last line before resting his pen. Sometimes heaven sends back the smallest things to prove we were never forgotten. He closed the notebook and let the silence take its rightful place beside him. Outside, the first stars began to appear. Inside, his lamp burned quietly, a reminder that the soul, like the sparrow, always finds its way home. Grace often returns on small wings, landing exactly where kindness once made room for it. If this story warmed your heart tonight, dear friend, please subscribe so tomorrow evening we can meet again by the window and listen for the flutter of grace returning. The Quiet Errand. Morning came with a pale gold that didn't brag about itself. Samuel woke to the mild hush that follows several good days in a row, the kind of quiet that makes you handle cups more carefully. On the sill, a single feather rested by the barley, brown, neat, light as a promise. He smiled. "Thank you for the calling card," he said to the absent sparrow. He put the kettle on and tidied the table, Ruth's letter, Anna's small poem, the rosemary sprig arranged like a little hedge of memory. From the hall, the light pressed in a little further than usual, as if the day were asking to be let into the deeper rooms. He poured tea, tasted it, and decided that the world could begin. The knock was soft, respectful. Samuel opened the door to find Mrs. Adler, cheeks pink from the climb. She held a wrapped parcel and the look of a woman determined not to fuss, but already halfway there. "Mr. Samuel," she said, using his full name as people do when kindness is official. "I've baked more loaves than mouths. Would you?" He answered before she finished. "Whose turn is it today?" "Old Otto," she said. "Since the storm, he's kept mostly to his room. Says the stairs have grown steeper in the night." Samuel nodded. The old tailor above the cobbler's shop, sharp eyes, sharp needles, and a quiet that had deepened since winter. "I'll go," he said, taking the warm parcel. The loaf's heat went straight into his hands, then deeper. He put on his coat, slipped Ruth's letter into the inner pocket by reflex, and set out. The lane was bright and calm. Someone had scrubbed the stone by the parish steps. It winked cleanly in the sun. A cat invented a reason to cross Samuel's path and then forgot it halfway, stopping to wash its shoulder with a seriousness that made him laugh. He walked slowly, Cain finding the old rhythm, the one the town's stones already knew. At the baker's, the bell chimed its familiar syllable. At the square, Elias was arguing gently with the greengrocer about the price of apples, as if the apples might overhear and blush. They saw Samuel and raised their hands in greeting without interrupting the good-natured theatre of commerce. The tailor's stairs were indeed steeper. At the landing, Samuel paused to let his breathing catch up with his intentions, then knocked on the narrow blue door. It opened enough for an eye, then a face. "Samuel," Otto said, as though pleased to have remembered a pleasant word. "You come like the post, only with better news." "News shaped like bread," Samuel answered, holding up the parcel. Inside, the room wore its age well. Bolts of fabric stood at attention. A mute army of wooden spools looked on. Son laid a respectful square on the floorboards, and in that square a stool waited as if it had been told he was coming. They spoke of ordinary things: weather, thread, the way buttons travel when you drop them. "Like guilty coins," Otto said. When they had eaten the first warm slices in companionable quiet, Otto brought out a little box of battered notions. He set it down with a gravitas that belonged
to sacred objects.
"I have a favour," he said. "A boy came yesterday with a coat too big for courage. I promised to take it in. The stitches won't listen to me today." Samuel understood. There are days when even faithful hands forget their alphabets. "Let them listen to 2, he said. They settled at the window's edge. Samuel threaded a needle, slowly, respectfully, and began. Otto guided, pointed with his chin when his fingers tired, told the coat stories about the ones who would wear it. A boy whose mother walked him to school by counting cracks in the sidewalk. A boy who drew ships on the margins of his arithmetic. The coat seemed to listen, falling into shape because someone had believed it had a shape to fall into. Half an hour passed like the kind of prayer that never asks for anything and therefore receives more than it knows to name. When they finished, Otto lifted the coat and shook it once. It held. "You've done a day's work with a handful of minutes," he said. "Minutes are the only handfuls I have," Samuel replied. Otto pressed a thimble into Samuel's palm. "Keep it," he said. "My fingers remember, yours remind." Samuel protested, then accepted. Gifts had to land somewhere. Refusing only taught them to circle. He took his leave and stepped back into the sun. The square had softened the way towns do near midday, work still in motion, but not in a hurry to prove it. Outside the cobbler's, a boy sat on the step frowning at his shoe. Samuel lowered himself beside him. "Bad news." "It squeaks," the boy said, demonstrating a plaintive protest with each wiggle. "Squeaks say, 'Notice me,'" Samuel told him. "Shoes prefer to be trusted." He turned the shoe over and saw the culprit, a loose bit of leather where soul meets story. He pressed it back, held it with thumb and patience, then reached into his pocket. The thimble glinted, and a small idea arrived as help often does, unannounced, sure of its welcome. "Run in and ask the cobbler for 1 drop of glue," he said. The boy returned with the bottle, suspicion leaving his face by degrees as repairs approached conclusion. Samuel set the leather, smoothed it with a kind firmness, and handed the shoe back. "Try walking like you believe it will hold," he said. "Shoes, like people, respond to confidence." The boy made a pass across the step, quiet as good news. He looked up, grinned surprised by its own light. "Thank you, sir." "You'll return the favour someday," Samuel said. "Squeaks come in many forms." At the fountain, Anna waved a folded sheet over her head. "Mama's recipe for the onion soup," she announced. "She says you're to follow it or ignore it completely, whichever makes the better soup." "Wisdom," Samuel said, tucking the paper into his pocket. He read the recipe at the edge of the square while the pigeons argued about democracy. It was written in the shorthand of people who trust the hand more than the clock. A generous knob of butter, a patient heat, stir until the onions remember they are sweet. He smiled. The day was offering lessons in the same grammar. He started home by the long way, the street that kept company with the river. The water was low, polite, attentive to stones. On the old bench, a woman sat with a basket of mending. She had the look of someone who had traded speed for steadiness and found the exchange more than fair. "Mind a companion?" Samuel asked. She shook her head and patted the bench. They worked there together, not speaking, both sets of hands moving like small boats on the same current. When they finished, she tied off her thread and blew on the knot as if it needed encouragement. "Thank you," she said. "For what?" "For making this look like something people still do," she answered. And neither of them laughed because both knew it was true. By the time he reached his door, the loaf had cooled and the sun had lowered itself to the flannel hour. He set the bread on the table, placed the thimble beside Ruth's letter, and read Anna's recipe again. He sliced the onions, melted butter until it smelled like quiet courage, and let the pan teach him patience. Steam rose, translucent as memory. He stirred until the onions went from sharp to tender, until they remembered they were sweet. He ladled soup into 2 bowls out of habit, then smiled and combined them into one. Old customs, he thought, are a kind of companionship too. He carried a slice of bread to the windowsill for the sparrow that hadn't come and set it there anyway. Faith in unannounced guests. The evening gathered without drama. He wrote a line in the notebook. Mercy travels best by hand. Loaf to door, stitch to seam, word to listening. He set down the pencil and listened to the town's soft end of day. A hinge healed by oil, cutlery consenting to drawers, a distant laugh returning for one last thing it had forgotten to say. From somewhere near the river, a violin tried a note and found it. He could not see Anna from here, but he could hear trust being tuned. He washed the bowl, dried it, and hung the towel straight. Before drawing the curtain, he looked at the street, the lamp's halo, the gate's quiet swing, a late cat carrying dignity like a small lantern. He lifted the thimble once, feeling its little ring around his finger, and placed it back by the letter. Tomorrow, he told the room, we'll see what else needs mending. The barley nodded, as if it had heard its name in the sentence. A quiet errand is often a pilgrimage, bread in the hand, kindness in the steps, and home at the end of both. If this gentle chapter kept you company tonight, dear friend, please subscribe. So tomorrow evening, we can take another small walk together and see what mercy asks of our hands. The lamp by the window. Night had come early, not with thunder, but with a slow folding of the sky. Clouds gathered low, muffling the last gold of the sun until even the rooftops seemed to exhale. Samuel sat by the window with a match poised in his fingers, waiting for that small, expectant second when dusk turns into evening. The lamp beside him was old, brass bent by years of use, the glass mottled with the faint freckles of smoke. He had polished it earlier, though not too much. Things that have served long deserve to keep their memory. He struck the match. The flame came quick, a spark chasing itself up the stick until it met the wick with a sigh. Light bloomed slow and tender, pushing back the shadow only enough to make room for company. He leaned closer, adjusting the flame, whispering the way one speaks to a child learning to walk. There you go, steady now. Outside, the town rested beneath its own hush. The rain that had threatened all afternoon never quite arrived. Instead, the air smelled of it, that soft, waiting scent of promises withheld for kindness' sake. He could hear a single carriage in the distance, the creak of wheels softened by cobblestone and time. On the sill, the crust of bread he'd left for the sparrow remained untouched. He smiled. You're probably somewhere dry and sensible tonight. Still, he left it there. Faith was, after all, the habit of leaving something good where it might be needed. He sipped his tea, steam curling into the lamplight like a slow prayer. In the quiet, his mind wandered, not to faraway miracles, but to the small ones that lived in yesterday's footsteps. Mrs. Adler's loaf still cooling by his hut when he reached Otto's shop. The old tailor's hands trembling but brave. The boy with the squeaky shoe walking home silent and proud. Anna's poem about small ones singing. He thought, perhaps heaven doesn't appear to us. Perhaps it passes through us, unnoticed except by those who need it most. He reached for his notebook, opened it to a blank page and wrote slowly, as if speaking aloud. Light is never loud. It does not argue with darkness. It simply endures. He paused. The words seemed too sure of themselves, too clean. He smiled and added underneath, "Some nights even light flickers, but flickering is still faith." The rain began then, not the kind that commands silence, but the kind that encourages it. Tiny drops tapped against the pane like a rhythm the world already knew. Samuel listened, each sound a bead in an invisible rosary. He rose and moved about the room, lighting the second lamp by the desk, then another near Ruth's old chair. He didn't need the brightness. It was the act itself that mattered. A ritual of remembering. He had once read in an old sermon that to light a lamp is to believe tomorrow will return. He smiled. And if it doesn't, at least we'll meet the dark politely. He went to the cupboard and brought down a small bundle, a handful of letters tied with blue string. He hadn't opened them in years, but the sight of them had become part of the evening's rhythm. He ran his thumb along the edges, then untied the knot. The first letter began with her familiar script, graceful and slightly slanted. "Samuel, if I could bottle the sound of your voice when you say grace, I would keep it on my table for rainy days." He stopped there. He didn't need to read more. The rest was written already in his memory. He folded it carefully, placed it back, and smiled toward the empty chair. "You still managed to speak without ink, Ruth." The lamp by her chair flickered once, as though amused by his remark. It steadied again. He imagined her laugh. Soft, surprised, always just a little shy of loud. Outside, the rain deepened. The smell of wet earth crept in through the cracked window. He heard footsteps passing, hurried but kind, the way people move when they're thinking of someone waiting at home. He thought of all the lamps being lit across town, Laius reading by one, Mrs. Adler setting hers near the bread she'd baked, Anna practicing by candlelight while her mother hummed along. Each flame a separate prayer, yet somehow one light. He stood, carried his own lamp to the window, and placed it so that its glow spilled faintly into the street. There were no travellers tonight, no one to guide, but still it mattered that the lamp be seen. He whispered, "In case someone needs to remember where kindness lives." The flame responded with a small, bright bow. He laughed quietly. "Good enough." He sat again, notebook open beside the cooling cup, and wrote another line. "The measure of a soul is not how much light it holds, but how freely it shares the little it has." He closed the book, not to end the thought, but to let it breathe. The rain slowed, the air clearing to a gentler rhythm. Somewhere, far away, a church bell counted the hour, one slow toll, then another, each fading into the next like footsteps going home. Samuel leaned back and closed his eyes. The warmth from the lamp touched his hands, his face, his chest, reminding him that even solitude glows differently when it is chosen. He didn't feel alone. He felt held by the memory of laughter, by the sound of rain, by the steady, living pulse of light. He thought of the verse Ruth had loved most. The light shines in the darkness, and the darkness has not overcome it. He whispered it now, not as triumph, but as comfort. "Not overcome," he said softly. "Not tonight." The lamp trembled once, as if nodding in agreement. He smiled, closed his eyes, and let the rest of the night unfold around him like a blanket. Outside, the last of the rain whispered its farewell against the roof, and the little flame by the window kept its quiet watch, faithful as breath. The light we tend for others is the same light that keeps us warm when night finally arrives. If this gentle moment brought you peace tonight, Dear friend, please subscribe, so tomorrow evening another lamp might find its way to your window, carrying the quiet comfort of faith that never leaves. When the river stilled, morning rose in silver. The storm had gone, leaving behind a hush so wide that even the birds seemed to whisper. The cobblestones outside Samuel's house shone like wet mirrors, and the air smelled of cedar and iron. When he opened the door, the coolness met him like an old friend returning with a calmer voice. He paused on the threshold, listening. The drip of rain from the eaves, the slow rhythm of water finding its way into the gutter. Somewhere, a church bell gave a single sleepy note, not to summon, but to remind. He stepped outside, coat buttoned, hat low, his cane tapping the soft, forgiving earth. The world had rearranged itself overnight, puddles like small ponds, leaves pressed flat like pages drying after tears. The sparrow darted past his shoulder, fresh and daring, as if to say, "You slept through the whole renewal." Samuel smiled. "I trusted you to handle it." He followed the lane toward the river, passing the square where the baker had set his loaves to cool on the window rail. Steam drifted up. Not smoke, not mist, but something between both. Mrs. Adler waved from her stoop, broom in hand, brushing away leaves the wind had misplaced. She shouted, "You'll catch your death by that river." He raised his hand. "If I do, I'll bring it back as a sermon." She laughed, shaking her head. Some warnings were meant to bless rather than forbid. The path to the river was soft underfoot. The grass, still jeweled with rain, bent easily. He walked slowly, the way one approaches something sacred, not from fear but from reverence. When he reached the bank, the sight stilled him. The river, always restless, always muttering its patient litany, was quiet. Its surface lay smooth as glass, reflecting the grey morning like a mirror held to heaven. Even the current seemed to have paused, as though the whole world had agreed to hold its breath. Samuel sat on the low stone ledge, hands folded over his cane. He remembered this place from years ago, the afternoon he and Ruth had come here after church, sharing a loaf of bread and an orange, speaking of nothing important but feeling that everything was. He could still see the reflection of her shawl drifting in the ripples. The sunlight caught on her hair like a crown too humble for gold. He closed his eyes. The air smelled of silt, lavender, and thyme. Somewhere upstream, a single drop fell from a leaf into the water. One note, one circle expanding until it met his reflection and disappeared. He thought of something Elias had once said during a sermon Samuel hadn't attended, but later read in a folded bulletin. Stillness is not the absence of motion. It's the presence of peace. He whispered it aloud, the words landing softly between his palms. The wind arrived then, slow, almost shy. It moved across the water like a breath returning to the body. The reflection of the sky broke and reformed again, the way faith often does in us. He dipped his fingers into the river. The cold reached straight through to his bones, sharp enough to wake memory. He thought of all that had been carried by this water. Driftwood, letters, prayers, the weight of silence. Somewhere far downstream, all of it would meet the sea. And the sea would not ask which part of the story each belonged to. It would take them all. He said quietly, "Perhaps heaven is like that. A mercy that doesn't separate the clean from the broken, just carries everything home." A heron lifted from the far reeds, its wings spreading slow, deliberate like a benediction made visible. He followed it with his eyes until it disappeared into the brightening mist. For a long time he sat there, letting the rhythm of the world reorder his breath. The town behind him began to wake. The distant bark of a dog, the call of a peddler, the faint laughter of children testing the puddles. Each sound arrived gently, as if the day had decided not to disturb him. He thought of the lamps he'd lit last night, one by the desk, one by Ruth's chair, one by the window. Perhaps the light had travelled farther than he knew. Perhaps someone passing had seen it and remembered a home of their own. That thought made him smile. He reached for his notebook and wrote, "When the river holds still, it shows everything. The sky, the branch, the face leaning over it, and in seeing, it rests. May I learn to rest that way." He tore the page gently along the edge, folded it once and tucked it under a stone at the river's edge. Not to send it away, but to leave something of himself where peace had found him. As he rose, a voice carried faintly across the water. Anna's calling from the bridge. "Mr. Samuel, Mamma says lunch before the rain comes again." He turned, waved his cane and shouted back, "Tell her I'm on my way. The sermon's finished itself." She laughed, her voice echoing down the river's curve. He began the slow walk home, the ground firm again under his feet. With each step, he felt lighter, though he carried nothing. At the corner, he looked back one last time. The water had begun to move again, quiet, sure, alive. He tipped his hat. "Keep going," he said softly. "We both know the way now." When he reached his door, the sparrow was waiting, dry and fluffed against the frame. It harped once, twice, and flew inside ahead of him as if escorting him home. He smiled. So it's true. The river speaks to everyone. He lit the lamp once more, poured warm tea, and watched the raindrops return, not in anger, but in rhythm. They fell gently, each one part of a language too kind to be loud. He whispered, "It's enough to listen." And the river, in the distance, answered with a sound like breath returning to prayer. Peace doesn't silence the river. It teaches us to hear the music beneath its stillness. If this quiet journey brought you comfort tonight, dear friend, please subscribe, so tomorrow evening we can sit again by the water's edge and listen together for the voice that speaks through calm. The letter beneath the candle. The evening settled softly over the town like the closing of an old beloved book. The rain had gone again, leaving only the faintest shimmer on the windows. Samuel sat at his desk, the lamp steady beside him, its glow turning the paper beneath it to the colour of honey. He had not meant to write tonight. After the long walk from the river, his heart felt both full and still. He wanted only to listen to the ticking of the clock, the sigh of the cooling kettle, the sparrow rustling near the barley. But the world, it seemed, had one more word for him. He noticed it while reaching to adjust the lamp. A folded letter lay tucked just beneath its base, the edge browned slightly from heat. He frowned, lifting the lamp carefully and drawing the paper out. The handwriting, graceful, familiar, stopped his breath. It was Ruth's, not the letters he kept tied with the blue ribbon. This one was different. Older, perhaps lost among them once or tucked into a book long forgotten. The ink had softened to sepia, the folds worn smooth by time's patient hand. He hesitated before unfolding it, his thumb tracing the curve of her first letter S. Then, slowly, he opened it. "My dearest Samuel, if you are reading this, then some ordinary day has become holy without warning. Perhaps the kettle sang too sweetly, or the light fell across the table just right, and you felt the world pause. That's when I'd like you to find this letter." He stopped reading. His throat tightened, but he smiled anyway. both had always known how to meet him in the smallest hours of wonder. I want to tell you what I could never fit into our evenings. Not for lack of words, but because I feared they might spill over and drown us both. You have always been my quiet proof that love is not a thunderclap but a steady flame. You taught me that faith isn't shouting in church. It's listening when no one else can hear the hymn. Samuel leaned back, closing his eyes. The sound of her handwriting lived in his memory, the soft drag of pen on paper, the way she'd pause between sentences, as though asking the page if it was ready. He read on. When the world grows heavy, promise me this. Keep a light near the window. Not because I'll be coming home, but because someone else will need to know where warmth still lives. Maybe a traveller, or a child walking too far, or simply your own weary heart on a lonely evening. Light the lamp, Samuel, and when you do, you'll find that you never truly light it alone. The words blurred. He set the letter down, took off his glasses, and let the tears come quietly. Not from grief, but from the tender shock of being seen across time. The sparrow chirped softly from the corner, as if to mark the holy pause. He whispered, "You've kept your promise, Ruth. The lamp's been lit all along." He rose, carrying the letter to the window. Outside, the night was mild, the clouds drifting like smoke after prayer. He held the page near the glass so that the light shone through it. The ink seemed to breathe, the words glowing faintly as if they'd been waiting for this very hour to finish their journey. He whispered, "For every lonely one who passes, may this light be enough." The street below was empty, save for the sheen of rain and the quiet shape of the river beyond. Yet he imagined travellers there, unseen, unhurried, comforted by the faint glow in his window. He returned to the desk, unfolded the rest of the letter. "You once told me that eternity frightened you, that you couldn't imagine forever. But perhaps forever is not endless time, Samuel. Perhaps it's the single moment that refuses to fade, the moment we love fully enough that God decides to keep it shining." He read that line again and again until it became a prayer of its own. Then beneath it, she had written a postscript in smaller letters, almost shy. "If you ever feel far from me, read John 14 again. The part where he says, 'I go to prepare a place for you.' I believe he meant for both of us, and maybe for everyone who keeps a lamp by the window." Samuel closed his eyes, repeating the verse from memory. "Let not your hearts be troubled. Believe in God. Believe also in me." The words felt new, as if the river had washed them clean for this very reading. He folded the letter carefully, placed it back beneath the lamp, and let the warm light rest upon it. He didn't tie it with the others. This one was meant to stay close to the flame. For a long while he sat without moving, only breathing with the quiet rhythm of the night. He thought of how many lamps must have been lit across the world, by widows, shepherds, sailors and small children, all of them keeping some promise of light alive. And maybe, he thought, all those lights spoke to one another in the language of heaven, steady, patient, faithful. He took his pen and wrote a single line on the last page of his notebook. "Love does not end. It learns new ways to stay." Then he closed the book, extinguished the second lamp, and left only the one by the window burning. Its glow reached the letter beneath it, painting the paper gold, and for a moment the house seemed to breathe again. The sparrow fluttered once, then settled on the windowsill, head tucked beneath its wing. Samuel whispered, "Rest easy, little friend. We're all being carried home." He sat back, eyes half closed, feeling the warmth on his hands, the steady pulse of time unhurried by grief. The night outside stretched wide and kind, as though eternity itself had leaned closer to listen. Love never leaves. It simply learns to speak through letters, light, and memory. If this story gave you a moment of peace tonight, dear friend, please subscribe, so tomorrow evening we can open another letter together and listen again for love that still speaks in the quiet. The night of returning light. The night began without ceremony, just the slow dimming of the street, the hush that settles when the town has finished its chores. Samuel sat by the window, the lamp still burning above Ruth's letter. Its light had mellowed into something almost alive, a heart that breathed in flame instead of blood. He had not planned to stay awake, yet sleep felt unnecessary, almost disrespectful. Some nights were not meant for closing one's eyes. Outside, the river shone faintly, silver stitched through the black cloth of the world. The roofs glistened from the earlier rain, each tile holding a small piece of moonlight. A dog barked once, far away, then thought better of it. Peace had its boundaries, and even dogs obeyed them. Samuel poured tea, though it had gone cold. He lifted the cup, watching the lamplight dance on its surface, and smiled at the way small things mirrored great truths. "You and I," he said softly to the lamp, "we keep the same faith. Steady until morning." From the street below came a faint sound of footsteps. He looked down and saw Elias crossing the square, coat collar turned up, lantern in hand. The priest stopped, looked up toward Samuel's window and raised the lantern slightly. A greeting, a benediction. Samuel nodded, returning the gesture with the smallest tilt of his lamp. For a brief moment, two circles of light touched across the darkness, like old friends shaking hands through time. Elias continued down the street, the lantern swinging like a slow heartbeat. One by one, other windows began to glow. Mrs. Adler's kitchen first, her light always warm, the colour of bread crust. Then the tailor's shop, a thin blue flame above the counter where Otto had mended his last coat. Then the small house near the fountain where Anna lived. Her window bloomed golden, and he could almost hear her violin's opening note. It was not planned. No one had told anyone to light their lamps that night. But perhaps light remembers where it has been welcome. Perhaps it travels like a rumour of hope, whispering, "Now it's your turn." Samuel stepped outside, carrying his lamp to the stoop. The air was cool, tasting faintly of wood smoke and apple peel. He held the lamp high for a moment, letting its glow stretch across the cobblestones. In the glass of the houses opposite, he saw it multiply, one flame becoming 10, 10 becoming 50, until the whole square shimmered. The people began to appear quietly, drawn by the sight rather than sound. Elias returned from the far end of the street, lantern in hand. Mrs. Adler came with her shawl and a loaf wrapped in cloth. Anna clutched her violin case, her mother beside her. Even Otto hobbled from his door, steadying himself on the rail, the reflection of firelight caught in his spectacles. No one spoke at first. They simply stood together, lamps lifted, the night breathing around them. The river mirrored it all. A long ribbon of trembling light winding between their houses. It looked like heaven had come down, not as thunder, but as reflection. Anna opened her violin case, glancing at Samuel for permission. He nodded. She began to play. Not a hymn, not a song anyone had rehearsed, but something born of the hour itself. The bow drew out a note so pure it almost vanished, then returned, carrying the echo of the river's pulse. Elias hummed under his breath. Mrs. Adler closed her eyes, hands folded around the bread. Otto leaned on his cane, the glow of the lamp softening the sharpness of age. Samuel felt something move quietly through them all. Not wind, not spirit in the loud, miraculous sense, but a tenderness that filled the space between heartbeats. It was as if Ruth's letter had been read aloud by the whole town without a word spoken. "Keep a light near the window," she had written, and now every window in town was answering. The song grew. It wasn't music for performance. It was music for belonging. Children peeked out from their doorways, faces caught between sleep and wonder. A few fireflies drifted through the light, unafraid of competition. When the melody ended, no one clapped. They simply let silence do the applauding. Elias spoke first, voice rough with the softness of it all. "Seems we've had ourselves a sermon without walls." Samuel smiled. The kind Ruth would have approved of. The old priest nodded. "Aye, light enough to see, quiet enough to believe." The people lingered. Some shared bread. Others simply watched the way the flames swayed in the night air, each one keeping time with another. There was no leader, no prayer recited, yet faith was everywhere, shaped not by words, but by warmth. Samuel lifted his lamp again. The glass caught Anna's music, the river's shimmer, and the faint reflection of Ruth's letter from inside his home. For a moment it seemed every story he had ever lived was glowing in the same light. He thought of the sparrow sleeping in the rafters, the children's psalm, the river's stillness, the thimble from Otto, the loaf from Mrs. Adler. All small things, yet together they formed a constellational mercy, stars scattered close enough to touch. He whispered, "We are all candles from the same fire." Elias heard him and murmured, "And none burns alone." When at last the lamps began to dim, no one hurried to snuff them out. They let the night fade them gently, each glow bowing its head in gratitude before surrendering to the dark. Samuel watched until only his lamp remained, the one by the window steady as ever. He returned inside, set it on the table, and looked at Ruth's letter beneath it. The flame trembled once, as though moved by memory, then steadied again. He smiled through quiet tears. "You kept your promise, my love. The world found its way home." He sat for a while longer, the house warm with the last breath of light. Outside, the square was dark again, but the peace that had gathered there would linger, not in the eyes, but in the bones. Samuel whispered one last line into the notebook. "We were never asked to outshine the night, only to outlast it with kindness." Then he closed the book, blew out the flame, and in the soft smoke rising above it, the shape of a heart seemed to hover before fading gently into air. When hearts remember to shine together, even the smallest flame becomes enough to guide the world home. If this night of quiet light touched your soul, dear friend, please subscribe, so tomorrow evening we can share the final chapter of Samuel's story and watch together as faith becomes morning. When morning found him, dawn arrived without announcement. It didn't blaze or shout its triumph. It simply unfolded, petal by petal, across the quiet town that had slept beneath its own prayer of light. The river, pale and untroubled, breathed a silver mist that clung to the cobblestones and rooftops like a memory refusing to fade. Inside the little house by the lane, the lamp had burned low through the night. Its wick was short now, its flame leaning gently toward the window as though watching for something it had been promised. Samuel sat beside it, not asleep, but resting in that space between waking and wonder. His eyes were half closed, hands folded loosely over Ruth's letter. The air around him was soft, scented with barley, wax and rain, the perfume of a life well tended. The sparrow stirred first. It fluttered down from the rafter, landing on the windowsill where a crust of bread still waited. When it began to peck, Samuel smiled faintly, the smile of someone who knows the world is continuing exactly as it should. Through the half-open curtain, the first light of morning touched his face. It was not a harsh light, not a command to rise, only a whisper. You have kept your watch. Rest now. The church bell tolled once in the distance, its sound low and kind. Elias, walking early, paused outside the house. He noticed the lamp still burning, its glow soft against the growing daylight. He smiled and whispered a blessing through the cool air. Peace be with you, old friend. He knocked lightly as he always did when bringing bread or news, then waited. No sound came from within. He pushed the door open. It was never locked. Samuel sat just as before, his posture dignified, his expression at rest. The letter was in his lap, his thumb holding it open at the last line Ruth had written. You never truly lighted alone. Elias stood there for a long time, hat in his hands, tears forming without sorrow. He whispered, You didn't. He moved quietly through the room, touching nothing except the lamp. Its flame was still alive, trembling but sure. He trimmed the wick, not to brighten it, but to let it last a little longer. Then he sat across from his friend, letting the silence settle between them, the kind of silence only love can fill. Outside, footsteps gathered. Mrs. Adler came with her shawl, drawn by the bell's early tone. Anna followed, violin case in hand, her mother behind her. Otto arrived last, leaning heavily on his cane. No one spoke when Elias opened the door. They looked upon Samuel and saw not loss but completion. Anna knelt by the chair and placed a small folded paper on the table. It was her poem, the one about the small ones singing and the old ones smiling. She whispered, Thank you for listening. Elias opened his Bible, though he didn't read aloud. Instead, he turned to John 14 and let the words rest open on the page. I go to prepare a place for you. He smiled through his tears. Looks like you've gone ahead to check the lights, Samuel. They sat a while, the morning wrapping around them. The sparrows sang from the sill, one clear, unwavering note. The sound seemed to rise, touch the ceiling and linger there like smoke from an unseen censer. At last Elias stood. Leave the lamp burning, he said softly. He'd have wanted that. And so they did. The little flame stayed bright all through the day, glowing gently through the open window, greeting passers-by with its familiar warmth. Children pointed and whispered, That's Mr. Samuel's light. It never goes out. By dusk, the story had spread. In every house, someone lit a lamp by their window, not in mourning, but in memory of the peace he'd shared. The river caught each reflection, stringing them together like pearls across the water. And when the wind passed, the lights swayed but did not fall. That night, Elias stood again at Samuel's door. The house was quiet except for the ticking clock and the rustle of feathers. He looked at the letter under the lamp and read it one more time, letting the words soak into the room. Perhaps forever is not endless time, but the moment that refuses to fade. He closed the letter, blew out the lamp, and watched the smoke curl upward, slow, graceful, certain of its destination. The moon had risen over the river, bright enough to light the path home. And somewhere, far above the clouds, another light, one that had never gone out, waited patiently, knowing the way. The next morning, the town awoke to sunlight pouring through every window. The children played by the fountain, laughing. Anna tuned her violin and began to play the melody from that night of returning light. The notes drifted upward, filling the air like prayer. Elias listened from the church steps, eyes closed, whispering to himself. He taught us how to stay. And in the little house by the lane, the sparrow built its nest on the windowsill, twigs woven with strands of flax and one tiny thread of blue ribbon, Ruth's ribbon, lifted gently from the table by the wind. The lamp remained there, polished and still, its glass clear and waiting. From time to time, someone would pass by and see their own reflection in it, and for reasons they couldn't name, they'd leave a little kinder, a little slower, as though reminded of something sacred but familiar. The house became a place people spoke of softly, where the light never went out. They were right, though not in the way they thought, for the light they meant was not the lamp's flame, but the one Samuel had tended in every soul he met, the one that could not be blown out by night or time or even goodbye. The faithful never truly fade. They become the light that teaches morning how to begin again. If this final chapter brought you peace tonight, dear friend, please subscribe, so whenever you need a quiet corner of hope, you'll know where the light still waits for you. Until our next story, may your evenings be gentle, your mornings kind, and your faith unafraid of dawn.